Morning, everybody, and welcome to our special council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February the 6th. Time is approximately 9 a.m. Before we start, we'd like to read this advisory. Please be advised, North Frontenac Council meetings are recorded. By attending a public meeting of council, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded. The chair and/or the clerk have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of the recording. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory, or potentially inappropriate to be published. The township shall not be responsible should technical difficulties prevent the recording of any meeting or a portion thereof. Technical issues may include, but are not limited to, the availability of the internet connection, device failure, or malfunction, unavailability of social media platforms, or power outages. It should be noted that no protection is afforded to council members, employees, or the public for comments made during meetings which are subsequently challenged in a court of law and or determined to be defamatory. Notice is hereby provided that under the authority of the Municipal Act 2001, and in accordance with the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, MFIPA, that all information provided for at a public meeting or other public process are considered a public record. Members of council, staff, delegates, and attendees should be mindful of using names of individuals or entities when discussing matters in public. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behavior or comments. The first item up is the approval of the agenda.
Moved by Councilor Regent, second by Councilor Good. Be it resolved that council approves the agenda dated February 6, 2024 as circulated.
Comments? In favor? Motion's carried. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none, we have a presentation. Kelly, that'll be you. One of the things today is it's going to be a long day. We're going to have a lot of questions and so on. So I'm going to limit everybody to 2 questions. And then if you have more, you can go back in the queue. Okay. And if you ask like the reporters do and see when they're talking to a political figure and you got 3 questions in one, I'll shut you down. So it's just to make sure everybody gets their say and gets a fair time. So Kelly, you're on board.
All right. Well, good morning and welcome to the 2024 draft budget meeting. The presentation here will highlight as a summary of the draft budget provided to you. Once I've completed the presentation, we will continue through the agenda under the headings of business arising, communications, and administrative reports. Following the admin reports, we will move to council discussion for any questions on specific departments or line items that haven't been dealt with in the presentation. And through the presentation, please feel free to ask questions at any time. Okay, so the proposed draft budget that you received had a $432,912 increase, or 6.3%. The managers had many meetings, which consisted of one-on-one with the CAO and myself, as well as a group team meeting to review the budget as a whole. So this screen is the summary of the increases that are affecting levy. So things from reserves or the departments that are funded within themselves are not affecting levy. So this is just to highlight what is affecting the increase in dollars to be raised. So start with is payroll, which is a 2.32%. This includes the increase for the cost of living, additional staff hours for the waste sites due to the continued increase in volume, and the reduction in COVID funding that was used to offset the clerical and Crown Land Stewardship Program assistant last year. Insurance, we had a 10% increase. That's 0.4% of the increase. Policing is up 23,000 it's actually 237. OMPF, so our funding that we get from the government is down 13,700. We had to incorporate in the mandatory biannual bridge inspections, OSIM, which is approximately 15,000. And then communication towers. So through the process of putting up the new tower, as well as some required repairs to one of the other towers, has been discovered that there's a federal requirement to perform regular inspections on all our towers, both freestanding and guide. During the process of installing and transitioning to the new radio system and making repairs to the existing radios and equipment, it has also been identified that a maintenance schedule to regularly tune, inspect, and program the sensitive equipment due to the complexity of the system is required to maintain the equipment in an optimum state. So that was 0.22% of the increase. Our general operating changes, so that's just all the little ups and downs, is 1.3% of the increase. So that's vehicle repairs, road maintenance, audit, computers, things like that. Okay, so now these are the items we for council's consideration that are either new or a significant change from last year that is affecting levy. So first we start with is council conferences. So over the last few years, we have not been budgeting for a full complement of conferences for all council members. Some was due to COVID. Last year, council decided still not to budget the full conference complement. So we have increased it by 8,000 to allow for all councillors to go to a conference, and the mayor is entitled to 2 conferences. Economic development, as discussed in the draft reserve fund policy, we have no mechanism to replenish the economic development reserve fund. So we propose to start in 2024 with an annual contribution of $2,500. Also under economic development is the CIP program. So previously this was funded from the contingency reserve fund, partially due to funding that was received from the County of Frontenac. This program was started years ago. Those funds have been exhausted in 2023. So at this point, this should be a budgeted annual and no longer taking from the contingency reserve fund. This council's direction is to continue with this program. The contingency reserve fund is to be used for the unexpected, unanticipated expenses. Also under economic development, Summerfest. So per resolution 46323, council would consider replacing the funds approved for 2024 back into the economic development reserve fund. Under sundry community grants, per resolution 1724, council would consider increasing the community grants up to $9,000 of available funding from the 2023 amount of $6,000. Also, per resolution 46923, council was to consider a donation to the Perth and Smith Falls Hospital for their MRI campaign. That was based on a presentation that we received. Under fire, there's a recommendation to provide benefits to the fire volunteers. You will visit this in detail in the admin report further on in the agenda. Roads Department, again, there's an admin report, so you can look at it in detail for diagnostic equipment for the mechanic for roads vehicles. Also under community halls, years ago, we did a volunteer appreciation dinner. That didn't continue because we did have COVID. So it is put back in to the budget at $1,500. This is an event that staff and council kind of went and worked and did, and it was well received, so that we have put that back in the budget. So if we look at just our regular kind of operating increases and items that we really don't, we don't have any control over, was 5.01%. These items that are up for council's consideration is 1.29% of the 6.3% increase presented to you. So what we have not incorporated into the budget as of today is the Calabar-Barrie Fire Department Joint Fire Services. They have not reviewed their budget. It is going on February 16th, will be reviewed by the committee. So we do not have that yet. We have not incorporated, other than the economic development, we didn't incorporate any other additional funding into our reserve funds. So based on the draft policy received on Friday, there are some accounts that maybe need some additional contributions, but that has not been incorporated as yet. Cost of living per resolution 48823, council said they would consider increasing the approved cost of living from 3.5 to 3.8% during budget deliberations. And then the Municipal Services Corporation, resolution 28523, also talks about a council to consider a plan to replenish the funds through the budget process during the 2024 budget deliberations. So none of that has been incorporated into the budget. So just to look at our general expenses impacts to all departments, heat and hydro, we did carry the numbers forward from 2023 with a few small adjustments. Again, fuel we carried forward and telephone. Fuel, we did do a significant increase last year, so we were slightly under budget in 2023, so that's why we've carried the same numbers forward. Insurance, we had a 10% increase from the budget in 2023, so that's been applied to all of the departments. Payroll and benefits, so we had the cost of living at 3.5%. The clerical assistant CLSP position for 2022 and 2023 was mostly funded through the COVID funding. We are proposing that the remaining COVID funding of $25,000 would partially fund this position, and then it'll be fully taxation in 2025. The increase to waste site staffing hours with the continued demand. There's been a small change in CPP, so they have increased the sort of maximum threshold. So that's caused a bit of an increase to us. And when we're looking at this as payroll in general, so again, not affecting the levy increase that you're seeing, but there is a proposal to extend some hours for the Crown Land program. Again, you can look at that in an admin report. And previously approved under resolution 26523 is a permit clerk position for the building department. Again, this position is not affecting the levy increase because we do budget that building is funded within itself. Trainings and conferences, so we have the increase due to doing the full allotment for council. We did increase just the general budget for conferences, just with the price of hotels and things. We did need a little bit more money for each conference that we've allocated. There's been an increase in the fire training. They're adding a motor vehicle accident training, which includes dealing with electric vehicles. And then there's an increase for the building department training due to new building code requirements coming. So our outside requisitions, Mississippi Valley Conservation, as usual, a small increase of $1,195. Quinte Conservation, again, small increase of $73. The Caledar-Barrie Joint Fire Committee, as I mentioned, we do not know what that increase will be, or if there is one. Our police services up $23,137. The County of Frontenac and education were both increases. However, again, they will not affect levy because we collect the funds and then transfer them out to them in an equal portion. So it does not affect levy. As far as the municipal levy, obviously the taxpayer does see a bit of an increase from those. So we have a few projects with grants. So we have the electrical vehicle charging stations. So that is incorporated into the budget. It is pending approval. So we have not been approved for this project. We will not go forward with the project if the funding is not received. Community Emergency Preparedness Grant. Again, the approval is pending. This was funding for training, sandbagger, and generators. Again, this project will not go forward unless the funding is received. And then we also the fire marshal certification grant. We did get approval, and it's funding for some training materials. So the revenue impacts, so annual funding programs. As I already mentioned, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, we did get a decrease of 13,700. Our Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding, we had an increase of 112,244. This money is put into the roads TCA and has been incorporated into the increase we're proposing in the 10-year plan for 2024. The Canada Community Building Fund, which was formerly federal gas tax, we did have an increase of 13,595. And again, that is, we automatically transferred to the reserves to be used for future projects. And then we also received aggregate resources for a portion of the license fees for the pits in the township. We did see an increase in the money we received, so we did increase the proposed revenue by $5,000. Some highlighted projects from the reserve funds. So we have the Buckshot Lake Culvert Hills Lake Consulting at $15,000. The community planning permit system was originally budgeted in 2023. It did not get completed in 2023, so it's been brought forward to 2024. A community hall booking system, and there is a report, admin report in the agenda. Our 10-year capital plan spending, again, there's a report in the agenda, and the Kashwakimak waste site compliance work. Our draft budget, we always start with sort of what it looks like based on $100,000 of residential assessment. So total would be a $45.26 increase. 5.73% is municipal, 1.91% is county. So just keep in mind that the levy is a 6.3 increase, but due to some additional assessment that was captured in 2023, that does help lower the actual tax rate to the taxpayer. So based on the median assessment and the current value assessment as provided to us, we've done another graph, sort of this single family home and the seasonal dwelling. Again, I know those numbers look very low. We have to keep in mind that those numbers are based on 2016 assessment. So right now, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation is bound to the 2016 value. We are waiting and have been waiting for the province to determine a new year that they're going to use for assessment. And there's lots of discussion that they may change some of the methodology, whether they continue with the 4-year phase-in, whether they do look at, doing a new assessment yearly. So that is all pending on the province. They're doing a lot of discussions and reaching out. So we have not received any indication when that will change. So if we look at that, so a single family home with an assessment of $121,000 would have a $58.76 increase, or that would work out to $4.90 per month. Seasonal dwelling at $245,000 would be $111.33 increase, or $9.28 per month. So to help even kind of bring it sort of closer to home and understand how it's going to affect our ratepayers. And so this is just for the municipal portion. 67.67%, or 3,355 of our residential property owners will see less than $100 increase for the year. 28.5%, or 1,413 of our residential property owners will have between $100 and a $200 increase of municipal. From there, 3.21 or 159 owners would see between 200 and 300. Then we drop down to 0.54% or 27 would see between 300 and 500. And then we get down to 0.06% or 3 properties will be between 500 and 700. And we have 1 property that would see between a $700 and $1,000 increase. The ones at the higher end generally would be, sort of some of the lodges and that, because they are all residentially assessed. So it may be one of those bigger properties. Looking at that. So at this time, I'd like to take a few minutes just to go over the reserve and reserve funds. So we are proposing a closing balance in our reserve and reserve funds of $8,561,000. So that would be a reduction in our reserve funds by $563,000. So what I want to do is just kind of review each of those reserve funds, just because hopefully it's still fresh in your mind from Friday, where I gave you the draft reserve fund policy to look at. So what I wanted to do is revisit it again today, just to put it kind of in operations based on the draft budget you received. So the operating contingency reserve, we had recommended between a 10 and 12% based on the expenses in the audited statements. So that would put us between, so our proposed balance is $1,096,402. So we would be within the target based on that policy. The tangible capital asset reserve fund, we were looking at our full replacement schedules, which we were looking at a target of between 5.1 and 6.9. The current is 3.6 million. So we will probably discuss this a little further when we get into the full detail of the 10-year plan. I would propose that possibly we consider a 1% annual levy increase. So that'd be approximately $70,000 of increase annually, starting in 2025, which would put us up to our target by 2033. Also in the proposed budget was a increase to the roads surface treatment by $300,000. That was for 2024 only. So should council want to see that increased spending going forward past 2024, then you may want to consider a 2% annual levy increase. But again, we can kind of talk about it as we work through the capital plan and council's direction. Recreational land, we're required to allocate 60% of the balance. So currently we are not meeting the target per the regulation. So we're short about $2,500. So we do need to find a project or something to allocate the remaining money to be in compliant with the regulation. The building department, 1 year of operating expenditures based on the last audited statements. So right now we're looking at a closing balance of $13,532. So we have not met that target. So we will continue to monitor that. We are anticipating with taking on the septics that we will hopefully start seeing some increased revenues. The Canada Community Building Fund needs to remain in a positive balance, and we cannot carry more than 5 years of funding at a time. Right now, we do have just over $1 million in that. So based on the 2024 proposed projects, there is no requirement to allocate any further spending in 2024. The waste closure costs. So it's the total closure costs less current balance by estimated years of closure. Right now, we have a balance of $758,000. This is following recommendations of the consultant, and we are on track for funding. The Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, it must be at a positive balance. And this reserve fund is only used if we have carried over some funds from the prior year. So we are proposing to use all of the funds in 2024. The Cannabis Reserve Fund is to remain in a positive balance. It has a balance of $14,000. So there's no action required there. The Safe Restart COVID-19 is to remain in a positive balance. We'll be removing it once the balance is zero. It does show a closing balance of 27,000. However, we do have some 2023 entries that we're still completing that will bring that to zero for 2024. The seniors initiative, I had proposed a minimum of 25,000, a maximum of 25,000. Right now, it would have a closing balance of 84,000. This is a new initiative in 2023, and a report will be going to council after March to discuss the first year of the program and next steps. So we're not meeting the proposed target, but I think we need to kind of review what has happened with the program and where it's going. Council election needs sufficient funds to fund the year of election. The next election is 2026. There's no action required based on the estimate expenses with some increases taken into consideration. Economic development to remain in a positive balance. No minimum maximum established at this time. Closing balance of 7,598. I did notice after circulation in the draft, the 18,000 was deducted from this reserve fund in the draft. That money was supposed to come from the contingency. So my recommendation is we'll move that 18,000 from the contingency into the economic development reserve fund. This amount was tabled back in 2019, 2020 when the program started. So these are funds that were council approved from that time. It started out around 30,000, so there's still 18,000 left. Medical services sufficient to fund future initiatives. As you see right now, we have a closing balance of just over $1,000. Part of the doctor funding is from taxation in 2024. So currently there's not enough funds to assist with future recruiting initiatives. Committed funding will be part of the levy in 2025 to 2028. So we are not meeting the target based on the proposed reserve fund policy. Emergency services, a minimum of 300, a maximum of 500,000. Right now, the balance would be 339. So we are within the proposed target. Roads winter maintenance, minimum of 200,000, a maximum of the 50% of the 5-year average. Current balance is 572,616. Our target amount would be 462,349. Therefore, we are over the target balance. So per the draft policy, we would transfer the additional funds into the roads TCA reserve fund. Cemetery to remain in a positive balance. Current balance is 65,000. No action required. Community halls, a minimum of 50,000, maximum of 100,000. The current balance is 576. So it is over the target balance. Per the draft policy, the additional funds would be transferred to the Community Hall TCA Reserve Fund following year end. M&R Parks review once it exceeds the prior year's budgeted expenses, which would be 261,000 in 2023, less the capital. Or the budgeted expenses would be 434. The current balance is 261. So there's no review of balance required at this time. Planning to remain in a positive balance. No minimum maximums established at this time with a balance of 46,000. No action required.
I see that there's going to be a transfer from the winter roads maintenance program of $100,000 roughly into roads TCA. That will increase the balances that you showed us on previous pages, right?
Correct. So that is our recommendation based on the draft policy. So council has not approved the policy. So it's just trying to give you an idea of, based on the draft presented to you on Friday, this is what it would look like as of today, but that policy has not been approved. So
And that $100,000 would partly go towards the $300,000 proposed increase in surface treatment
so it would just go into the TCA
TCA.
for
to be used
future.
wherever.
Yes.
before you go on, Kelly, so far, this is great. Back a couple slides, we were talking about the TCA reserve being short and
Yes.
taking 10 years to catch up.
Correct.
And that was $70,000 or 1% a year.
Yes.
And then you talked about bringing the roads budget up as well. Was that 3% overall or 2% overall? Is it 1+1 or is it 1+2?
It would be a 2% overall. Again, it's still because we're a little bit behind based on the roads needs study. It's not something that we can correct in 1 year. So it is a bit of a gradual process to get to where we would like to be. So right now, 1% would get us there. But keeping in mind that that 300,000 we proposed in 2024 is only in 2024. So if we want to continue funding the surface treatment program at the 2024 level and pull it out, then we would need a 2% annual levy increase.
Which would put the total levy increase from 6.3 to 8.3.
Correct. I did propose it for 2025 to start in 2025, but again, council can choose to do part of it this year. I mean, we can come up with sort of different strategies. Maybe we even do 0.5% this year and then do the one that, you know, and it just sort of extends it. Keeping in mind, we'll have to look at it every year because if we are successful in a grant, there's supposed to be some grant money coming. I don't know what kind of value it is, but if we are successful in a really large grant, that's really going to help and adjust things as well. So we have to, it's always a moving target. So we have to really evaluate it every year, but based on what we know and what's in place right now. And with the OSIF funding that we're using now, only guaranteed till 2027, that's already been kind of taken out, but should they extend that, that will also change our projections. But all I can do is work with what I know right now.
I'm still a bit confused about this hypothetical 2%. Darwin is asking for 300,000 a year in additional road surface treatment funding. You're saying a 2% levy increase would catch us up by 2033 at that new level of spending.
Yes,
So that's 2% additional this year, which is a certain number of dollars. Is that's now embedded into the tax rate? Is there an additional 2% over that in 2025? Or do we just keep using that embedded amount that we put in this year?
no. So the amount that we have in this year is what we've been doing.
Yeah, yeah.
So that 2% would be a brand new 2%
Each year?
each year.
So it's an exponential increase.
It is. Yes.
So last year, 1% was about $68,000.
Yes. Close to 70.
So we use 70, we'd be okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the 300,000 is a one-time transfer out of the Canada Community Building Fund, gas tax fund, right?
So
Or
our-
200,000 comes out
what
of
we're
that.
proposing, so we received an extra 100,000 through the OSIF in 2024. So 100,000 from that, and then 200,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund.
So that doesn't impact the levy.
That does not impact the levy.
Okay. So now if we want to bring that back, this is to your point, we would need 2% a year for 10 years just to bring the roads up to where we need to, a road program up to where we can maintain the roads where they are today. Or where they should be today.
And that's based on the proposed targets that was provided to you on Friday in the reserve fund policy. So again, we have a couple of things going on. So our proposal was the $6 million balance. So again, that is for council's consideration. Should you deem that to be too much of a balance to be carried, then that also changes. So again, it's just trying to, what you received, this is what it would look like if you approved the policy that was provided to you on Friday, and how that would roll out in a budget discussion.
Okay, so maybe I'm a little slow today. I probably am.
Oh.
So
It's complex, for sure.
I figure by the end of this term, I may actually get this down. So if we did the 1% to bring the capital reserve up to where it's within the recommended limits, and we increase approximately 2% on the road budget, we're looking at an overall increase of 3%.
No, just a total of 2,
So 1 and 1.
1 and 1, yes.
Okay. Okay, can we use,
So the 1% will get you to the target by 2033, but that's only doing that additional work in 2024. Should you
meanwhile,
want to extend that extra 300,000 as a standard for the next 10 years, then it would be a 2%.
so it's 70,000 this year. It's 140 the next year. It's 210 the next year.
Yes, but what happens is once we've embedded it into the budget, that's 70. If we just carry the 70, there's no levy increase. So you're going to have the 70. Next year, it's 140, but you're only increasing by 70. So it's a 1%.
The taxpayer is still paying for the original 70.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, for sure. But yeah, so it's it would be
Meanwhile, the roads are going like this.
well, our proposal is that they don't, right?
Okay.
With a committed,
I'll let you finish.
nope, so.
Well, surely the big question that we have to deal with is the TCA, the Tangible Capital Asset Reserve Fund, large enough? You're saying we'd like 6 million roughly? It's 3 million? Were those the numbers?
Yes, 3.6 right now.
It's 3.6 now. The target is 6 something. Does that mean we're in trouble or that we set the target too high? That's what I don't understand.
Well, that's, I guess, council's decision. Our recommendation is the 6 million. It just helps for the things we can't anticipate, changes, the increased costs. I mean, I don't see things going down, so it just helps with all of those items. But again, it's ultimately council's.
But the 3.6 million that's in there now, and then carrying forward 10 years with the planned capital spending.
Yeah.
Gets us, if there's no big surprises, to a reasonable balance in 10 years.
Correct.
So what you're saying is you'd like it to be 6 million in case something awful happens.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I agree. But we're not there yet, right? This is just the overview, right?
Yeah, and to keep in mind that extra 300,000 that we're looking at for this year and council wishes to go forward, I think is still puts us behind on the recommended number of kilometers to be done based on the roads needs study.
Can we leverage the dollars out of the Canada Building Fund
So that's already incorporated into
every
our
year?
balances.
200,000 goes in every year, and if we pull out, say, 3 less $70,000, that's in the capital or in the primary levy.
So I've already incorporated that money in the 10 year. So if you use it to offset, then like it's already incorporated as being spent on roads.
The 200,000.
Yes.
What do we pull out? 400.
Then that reserve fund will be 0 in,
But each year, 200,000 goes back in it.
but we've already incorporated that 200,000 in the 10 year. Like it's already in there. It's already in there to be spent on roads.
I obviously don't understand that because I'm looking at saying, I figure within 7 years, and the reserve, that reserve fund would never go below roughly $450,000 anyway. Each year you would pull out so much. I have to actually, if we had a whiteboard, I could show you, but I'm not there yet. So anyway, we'll get to that a little bit later.
Yeah. So just try.
I hate
See,
to
how
see
to
$1
explain
million sitting there that we have to, spend every 5 years. And meanwhile, we're trying to upgrade, or sorry, up the levy over here to cover off something else. When we can make use of that, still, hopefully, still maintain part of it.
So you can use it for roads annually, but I've already incorporated that 200,000 in that 10-year projection. So it's already incorporated as being spent. So we're still have the same shortfall because those dollars have already been incorporated into the planned spending for the 10-year plan.
Okay, so forget the tangible capital asset reserve.
Yep.
Focus strictly on the road system. The road system today, if you read the report, it's doom and gloom. We need to do something, and every 7 years, we have to retreat a surface treated road, plus or minus. Okay, so when you read the report and it doesn't show up in the asset layout, you spend $300,000 this year to do a road. In 7 years, you're spending another 300,000. That 300,000 is not there. It doesn't mean anything right now, but it does mean something when you look at the bigger picture. So every year we took an extra 300 or 400,000 out of the I was going to call it the gas tax fund reserve. Okay. And we offset it by what's going back in, as well as that 1% levy of 70,000. So this year you're taking out, say, 300,000. Next year you're taking out 230,000. Then you're taking out 160. But meanwhile, there's 200,000 going back into that fund. So that particular fund stays at least 400,000 or 500,000 and up, but it doesn't address the TCA. You even come close to following what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, I'm following what you're saying. The only thing is I've already incorporated it into that TCA funding program. Like we're already have it in the planned program.
The 300,000.
The 200,000.
Yeah, I'm talking about the next year. I can say that 200,000. I'd like to see that being 400 and some thousand.
Right, but the 200,000 we get annually is already incorporated in for the whole 10 years.
Yeah. But if we do it with the idea that I've got, the building fund, the gas tax fund goes like this. Actually like this. And then eventually it levels off and it comes back up again. And this still stays at a healthy number. Meanwhile, we're putting 1% on the into the roads budget, which will reduce other stuff coming off the reserve every year. And this increases every year. It's the same thing. It's just making use of this money now at minimal expense to take care of. So we don't have this going up and the roads going this way.
Yep.
This means this is going up and the roads are staying where they are. It's just an idea. Maybe we need to talk about.
Yeah, I think we probably get to the same spot. Just,
Okay.
yes,
Well, you're the expert, so you know.
for sure. Nope.
Okay. Anybody else while we're on this? John?
Just want to follow up in your comment that we're spending 300,000 now and it's not there in the future. Can I ask Darwin, what are we not doing that you would like to do? Like, we have this roads needs study. We heard earlier that we're not doing as many kilometers a year as we should. What if money wasn't the primary consideration, what would you like to be doing? What do you need to be doing to keep the roads as good as they are?
Well, if money wasn't the issue, we'd be doing more reconstruction and improving alignments and profiles and curves and drainage. And we wouldn't just be trying to hold a surface, but we have this deficit. And we have it because of all of the discussion we've just had. We're just not spending enough annually to maintain what we have. the road asset's worth $97 million. And we're spending about 1% of that value a year on maintaining it. Yeah. So what I just like to compare it to, say, a car. If you had a $50,000 car, you'd be spending $500 a year on maintenance. And we know you're going to spend more. If you just equate it to that, we're not spending near enough. So what the road needs study found or recommended was, and not that I'm suggesting we're going to get there, but they were recommending 1.8 million just for resurfacing to maintain the network we have. 0.7 million for preservation, so trying to hold the sections that are good but keep them good before they deteriorate to poor, very poor, and then 1 million for reconstruction. So that million, that's kind of a wish list and improvements that they recommend if you're working towards bringing everything up to standard. But it still totals 2.5 million a year.
Per year.
Yeah, and that would cover a preservation program and resurfacing. So it's not surprising that we're in this position. And Councillor Good mentioned last Friday about the transfer downloading. Like we inherited 509 and 506. So and before my days here, I'm sure we had a reasonable plan probably in maintaining what we had, but suddenly we've added to the network. We had some funding at the time, it's gone. And they're not just the kilometers we inherited, but it's our main thoroughfare, main arterial, that is or should be kept to a higher standard than other roads. So it's not really surprising that we find ourselves in this position.
The consultant is saying we should have 2.5 million per year to maintain what we have without improving alignments and so on.
Yeah.
And currently we're spending far less than that.
So the only reconstruction, well, ideally we'd like to just do a single or double surface treatment. But like we found last summer, there are roads that are just past that. So we have to pulverize, at least pulverize and do a double. And then when we're in there, there's obviously culverts that need to be replaced. And, so we're spending far more per kilometer than we would if we were just resurfacing. So that's what happened to us last summer where, we did 7 kilometers. I think if we really make an effort to focus on single surface treatments, to go from doing the minimum to really doing the minimum, unless the rutting's really bad or the frost eaves or distortions, that with the extra funding you're talking about, that we can maybe get closer to 20 kilometers an hour. Like we're not going to get to the mid 20s or anything, but I don't know if you want to talk about it later or now. What I would recommend is the 300, but committed annually. And I know the implications of that, but rather than a spike one year and deal with it, that we know what, rather than go higher this year, do the 1.3. If we could basically commit to continuing that, then we would plan accordingly and program accordingly.
So it looks like it's 700, 800,000 a year. That's what the 10-year program shows. In reality, if we add the 300,000 and even double that, we'd be sitting about 1.3, 1.4, 1.2 million. And we still wouldn't be where we're supposed to be, but we'd be in much better shape. I just don't want to kick this can down the road too far, but I also don't want to just say to the taxpayer, by the way, we're raising your taxes 2 or 3% because. I mean, we're at a certain condition now. We need to address it now. And the question becomes how much we address it and how do we do it? That's the way I see it. Vern?
Maybe for future thought, we should consider our policy about assuming additional roads.
Much as I hate to agree with you, I do agree with you. Darren?
I don't think he had any option back in the mid-90s when that happened, but.
He's
I don't
talking
think
about,
it-
he's talking about private sector roads.
Yeah.
Laneways. He just had to get that in, that, you know. Fred, you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just thinking that every year our cost of living goes up and it certainly affects all of us and we have to take that into consideration. No matter what you do, there's always going to have that increase. And we have to do something about it. We have to keep our roads up though. I think that's really important. We're falling way behind and we shouldn't be.
John?
I agree that much as I'd like to see progressive and innovative things happening and spending more money on roads is gonna chop those. We have to, I mean, a $97 million asset that we have in roads, we have to maintain it. I think, I agree, it would be a mistake to throw a whole bunch of money at that now and then have a tax decrease in the future. You don't want to do that. So I agree that some tolerable level of annual increases, but it might be a lot more than we'd like.
So if you have a building, the rule of thumb is every year your reserve deposit should be 2% of the capital value of the building. So if you extend that to roads, you have $100 million. We should be putting away 2%, which is $2 million a year, which is very close to where we're at, where your figures are at. Anyway. Would you like to finish your presentation, please? Then we'll go back and do all this fine tuning.
So actually that was the last slide, so it worked out okay. So that is the end of my presentation. So we will go through to the agenda. So the communications and admin reports. And we did change the format slightly in the agenda, so you will receive the admin reports for information to start. So you'll have noticed, hopefully you noticed that there was 2 motions. So what we'd like to do is go through the admin reports. You can talk about them, ask questions, and you'll receive them for information. We will then go into more details about sort of department by department budget or however you want to progress with the other pieces. And then once we've had our fulsome discussions, then you will go and approve or deny or whatever the motions for the admin report items. Okay. So you don't have to, so any of the admin reports, you don't have to approve them sort of the first discussion. You'll receive them for information. We'll have a fulsome discussion about budget in general, and then you can approve or deny those items. Yeah, so we're at communications in the agenda.
Got that. Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Moved by Counselor Good, seconded by Counselor Regent. Be it resolved that council receives for information Section A items of the Treasurer's Administrative Report entitled Communications of Interest.
Any comments? In favor? That motion's carried. Okay. So now we move to 6A. Increase to 1 Crown Land Stewardship Program staff hours.
Moved by Counselor Regent, seconded by Counselor Good. Be it resolved that council receives for information the Manager of Community Development's Administrative Report entitled Increase to 1 CLSP Staff Hours.
Comments? In favor? Brooke? It is covered by itself, right?
Yes, it does come out of the M&R parks, parklands. Does not affect taxation.
So this is really the shoulder seasons and
Just increasing the hours for the season that this particular position, they work June, July, or July, August, September. right? I'm not sure exact, so just increasing it from 32 to 40 hours per week.
All right, in favor? Carried. Community Improvement Plan, 2023 Annual Report.
Moved by Counselor Good, seconded by Counselor Regent. Be it resolved, the council receives for information the Manager of Community Development's Administrative Report entitled Community Improvement Plan 2023 Annual Report.
Comments? This has two motions on the inside of it, right? Receive the report and to top up that fund to $30,000, where it is now. So are there any questions on that? John?
Well, as Kelly pointed out, we're just receiving it now and we'll discuss it during budget. So we're not voting it out. We're not voting in favor of it or not right now.
So I would recommend having your full discussion about this item now, but you don't actually have to make a decision on it until the end. So this was one of the items in the list that is affecting the taxation and the levy because previously it was from reserve funds. As if it's going to be an ongoing program, it does need to become a taxation item. Or should, doesn't need to, it should.
Okay, thoughts, folks? John?
Well, my thought is just that economic development was pointed out in our strat plan discussions as an important activity that needs to be continually funded. I'm actually surprised how much uptake there's been over the years on this thing. It was originally money given to us by the county. We've known for years, if we think this is important and believe in it, we're going to have to pick up the ball. This is where we have to pick up the ball.
Any other comments? Counselor Hoodle?
Can you just explain to me what this actually is? Could be like, what are we doing here with this money?
I'll let Brooke
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is our community improvement plan. So this is the grant that we can give up to $5,000 to a business for retrofitting cosmetics, for accessibility. So and it also could cover like planning fees and stuff like that to help businesses improve within our community. So our CIP, sometimes you'll see them in other communities as their downtown revitalization, but this is our entire township. So any business in our community can apply for a grant under our CIP program.
So when I look at this, I see cottage roofing for a resort. So some resort owner came to us and said, we're giving them a portion of the roofing cost, or we're paying for the roofing cost.
So we give them a portion, so up to 2/3 to a maximum of $5,000. So most times they're paying, you know, a big cost of money and we're just giving them $5,000 or 2/3 up to a maximum of $5,000 towards their project.
And this was originally done by the county and we've taken over this fund, is that?
Yeah, so it is our CIP program. We just had some funding that was provided by the county and that ran out last year. We did provide funding into it last year and previous years, but it was coming out of reserves. So this, if I'm correct, Kelly, is the first time it's actually hitting taxation.
Counselor Hermer?
Well, since this is actual tax dollars, why does it not apply to residential?
May I ask that all of council keep their comments to themselves? I think all these questions are a valid question. John?
Well, we have an economic development task force. It's been in existence for 12 or 15 years. We had extensive discussions about creating a CIP, and we decided in North Frontenac on that task force to target business. That's why it doesn't go to all taxpayers. That was our decision as an economic development task force. It was agreed to by previous councils, and that's where we are.
There's a list of some of the projects that we funded within the report. For instance, that one garage that you had service from around New Year's, we helped pay for the accessible doors and so on, whatever, and they really appreciated that. So my question is, There's $8,334 allocated to projects currently in progress. Did we allocate part of the 2024 money? Or is this strictly 23 money that just never got spent and there's a carryover somewhere?
Yeah, so the 8,000 is a carryover. So it's a projects that were approved out of the money from last year. They just haven't been paid out yet. So then we need to carry that forward and then we get a new money for new 2024 projects.
So in total, there'd be 38,000 sitting in this for so many months.
That's right.
Wayne?
I didn't agree with this before and I don't agree with it now. That's taxation money going out, free money to businesses to upgrade their base, however you want to put it. So I just don't understand it. Like the taxpayers are paying for this.
Counselor Hoodle?
So Brooke, are there certain rules? Like, you mentioned the accessibility for the front doors. I can see that. But I don't get the roofing of a cottage, right? So what are the requirements to get this grant?
Within our CIP, there is different categories and there is rules set out. So the one category is facade. So it is for functionality and the look of our businesses to make our community vibrant. So that's where the roofing would fall under functionality and facade.
Counselor Fowler?
Yes. If the $30,000 is used up, nobody else can apply. Is that right? That's the maximum you have?
That's right. Should council approve the top up of 28,000, we would have 30,000 for 2024. So on average, that's 6 applications. And once that's done, we can't approve any more applications.
I just, I agree with Counselor Good in a sense that it is a lot of money. I don't think we should dismiss this. I think maybe we could cut back rather than add to it.
Okay. Anybody else have comments? Deputy Mayor?
Well, I could comment, and of course, you know what I'm going to say. Why did you create an economic development task force in the first place if you're just going to non-fund every idea?
Counselor Hoodle?
Well, I don't think anyone's saying we're gonna non-fund every idea, but when, I understand completely where both you are coming from, but Counselor Good, he makes, we're talking about all this road maintenance and that is for everyone in the community. And here we're dealing with, there's certain things in here I get, there's certain things I don't get. So this is my opinion. I don't know where I stand on it right now.
Counselor Fowler, you were going to say something?
He picked it up.
Counselor Good?
Yeah, like winterization of cottages increase year-round availability. Like we're making it so that a cottager can come up in the wintertime. Really? There's a lot of stuff in here I don't agree with. Council Urgel, there's a few things, yeah, but like putting siding on a building, campground, and we gotta come up with money for our roads. Definitely. We haven't even touched on fire yet or some other stuff, but.
Counselor Regent?
So Brooke, I have a question. So the people or the businesses, I should say, that have applied for this, have they generally so there's a certain amount they can access, like there's a maximum amount and they generally spend the max. Is that correct?
That's right. They can apply up to $5,000. So 2/3 to a maximum of $5,000. So generally, yeah. So when you're putting in, say, the accessible front entrance, that's probably closer to a $15,000 project where they would get $5,000.
Correct. So to be clear, a lot of the businesses are using this as partial payment towards a bigger project that they're working on.
Correct.
To fully agree with our deputy mayor about economic development, it's in the strat plan. It's talked about all the time. And then we have something like this to actually help people. And this is only North Frontenac, just for the record. There's nothing like this where I am. I wish there was. But you know, you could probably talk to quite a bit of the small businesses in this township. And they would tell you that this is, I mean, this is an incredible thing for us to be able to do for people. And to your point earlier, it's not like someone comes to you and says, you know, I've got a $5,000 project. Can you just cover it? We can't keep talking about economic development and then not find a very small way to help people.
You, Counselor Hermer?
Brooke, is this a one-time deal or can a business reapply every year?
So each property can get up to 2 applications, so under the CIP program. So once X business has applied twice, they're done.
So there's nothing saying we can't reduce the amount. And like, I'm looking at the 2/3. I think that's high. If you're applying for a grant for energy, whatever, if you get 30 or 33%, you really good. That's a good program. You know, we could reduce the amount, say to 15 or 20,000. We could reduce the maximum amount to 3,000 or 4,000 and cap it at 50%. We're still doing the same. We're cutting the program back, but we're still offering that to the business group within North Frontenac. I would really hate to cancel the program, but I think given where we are financially and what we're looking at for the next several years, we need to do something to say everybody's got to bite this bullet somehow. So. Corey?
So I'm just thinking about so if we were to cut, if you're, like you said, make it so that's not 2/3, it was whatever. The issue with, I think we had to go through quite a bit of public consultation, stuff like that to get to this policy, to the 2/3 stuff. So I mean, if that's going to be it's going to be a big undertaking. If we decide to change the program, then we're going to have to change the program. We're going to have to go through all of that again. So I just want you to be aware of that. You know, if you're gonna thinking about cutting down the costs or whatever, you know, like, I don't know, say 20 instead of 30 or whatever. But once you get into those changing the parameters of the program, the 2/3 or then that's going to be a really big undertaking. We're going to have to it's going to take a lot of effort and work to get back there, and it's going to have to go through the whole process again. So I just want to make you aware of
Thank you.
that. Okay.
Counselor Regent?
Another point, I'm sure this is probably, Brooke, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume also in some of these cases, like if you've ever had to apply for a grant for anything, it's tough. It's tough to even find them, and to even get approved for something is really, really tough. So is it safe to assume that some of these businesses, you know, they have a small amount of money every year to do one thing, and this is a portion of it, and they're lucky to even get that?
That's right. Our businesses are extremely fortunate to have this program. A lot of our smaller businesses don't have the funds to be able to do stuff to keep their businesses up and making our community, you know, vibrant and have some good economic development in our community. So anybody that has received a grant under this program has been extremely, extremely thankful to the township for that.
Counselor Hoodle?
You know, this is a great thing to have if we had a lot of money. But, you know, we're looking at roads. We're looking at more doctors. We're looking at MRI. You have to give something up. The pocket has an end to it. So we've got to decide where we're going to get this money from. You know, I'd rather give money to an MRI than to this.
Concern with the medical and then is right now we're funding 1 doctor. And it's good. But in 2 years or 3 years, we could be funding doctor number 2. And instead of 15,000 a year, it's 30,000 a year. And because there's an overlap. So, yeah. Deputy Mayor?
What this discussion is pointing out is what I said earlier. Increases in costs of absolutely essential things like roads is going to chop anything discretionary, interesting, proactive. I'm going to suggest that in this environment, I'm not sure we need an economic development task force. It certainly makes me question why I would want to continue chairing such a task force. You're not going to approve this. You're They're not going to give any money for a possible municipal campground. We've got a couple of other ideas that are self-funded. Some of these are a bit risky. This is quite demoralizing.
Who said anything about funding or not funding municipal campground? I mean, that was just tabled for information and it's food for thought, and we asked staff to go back and come up with a business plan to see where we're at. I think you're way ahead of yourself there, and like it's not going to be a $30,000 hit. You add a whole bunch of zeros and commas after it. That's going to be the case. Fred,
Just a comment on helping businesses. That's one of the biggest complaints I hear from people that have businesses is what does the township do for us? Because the taxes usually are a little bit more than what a residential home would have. And in that sense, I think it's good to have it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but if we do need to look after everything, and we have to take into consideration how much we can afford to give to businesses like this. They are valuable and they don't get much of a break, but you know, I don't want to see the thing disappear either.
Hermer,
Well, to me, it just seems we're coming down to what's necessary and what's a luxury. So
okay, so would anybody consider cutting this program back to say $20,000 or $15,000? No. Just looking for an opinion, keep the program, but reduce it by half to $15,000. Stephanie,
That would be better than getting rid of it. It's a compromise, at least. We cannot get rid of this. Like, how do we? I would have to totally agree. Like, how demoralizing will this be for the businesses in this township? For this to disappear?
Roy, no? Okay. What do you think, Fred? Should we keep it
I-
cut it by half or deep six it?
I think we should keep it. The figure that comes into my mind is 20,000 rather than 15,000. It's a very difficult thing to do because I understand how businesses feel about getting help from the townships. But it's hard. We're in a tough place this year. There's a lot of other townships that are going to have higher negative budgets than we will, and I think we have to take things into consideration, because if we don't, we could end up in those positions too.
Vern, your opinion?
well, I think our position should be to consider what's beneficial for the majority of the people. And I think roads are probably a higher priority for the general public than a small support for businesses.
Roy?
I can't make a decision yet until we decide what.
Okay, this is just your thought right now,
I don't know yet.
okay? John, I already know yours. Steph, Wayne, I know yours. Stephanie, I know yours. Okay, so at some point in time, we're gonna have to deal with this a little bit later, but there's something to think about. Wayne?
I could consider half, the 15,000 and not get rid of the whole program altogether. Like, I know we're already committed to the economic development officer here in North Frontenac, and the county's got one. That there's a cut we could do in the future. I don't know what the contract is, but right now we've got two of them. This is a year. So
Yeah,
what-
it's in the budget.
It's in the budget for this year, but after this year, then yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it then, okay.
So it's 83,000, it's almost the same as this, the rollover, but it's there.
Yeah,
Okay.
paying it double.
Pardon?
We're paying for the county and here.
Are you sure about that? Doesn't matter. We get to it. We have a resident expert here. Okay, so right now, we're kind of looking at keeping it at half, but it could go. Okay, or it could stay. Anyway, no final decision on that one. So how do we handle this? Okay. So would you please read it again?
Moved by Counselor Good, seconded by Counselor Regent. Be it resolved that council receives for information the Manager of Community Development's Administrative Report entitled Community Improvement Plan 2023 Annual Report.
Any final comments? In favor? That's carried. Proposed modernization of community halls booking system.
Moved by Counselor Regent, seconded by Counselor Good. Be it resolved that council receives for information the Manager of Community Development's Administrative Report entitled Proposed Modernization to Community Halls Booking System.
Comments? Brooke, how do you do it now? Is it all manual?
So there's a volunteer at each hall that looks after this, generally pen and paper.
I know it's a convoluted mess. Somebody calls, tell them to call the township office, ask for you, whatever. So an applicant will be able to then access this and do it automatically online.
Yes, it'll be an all online program, so access 24/7, 365. And if somebody's not comfortable with the internet, they could still phone in and book but it would alleviate the responsibility of the volunteers and just have one system across the board for all 5 halls.
And is there an ongoing maintenance cost for this software?
Yes, so there is a,
It's 5,000 to buy. Well, sorry,
5,000 altogether for your first setup. So the one-time setup fees, 1,600, and then annually the system would cost 3,250.
are there other softwares out there that will do this?
Definitely lots of them. We've looked into a few of them, and this was the most reasonable bang for your dollar.
Comments, folks? Pardon? Yes. Okay, Fred, sorry.
Sorry, this will save up a lot of time for staff having the system.
Not necessarily staff, because while we look after one hall currently, most of the time constraints for the booking is on our volunteers. But it does create access so we know who's using halls. We can use it for snowplow operations on when halls are booked, when things get canceled. We also recently met with our insurance company, and just to minimize some risk of volunteers collecting money on behalf of the township. Also handling our agreements, making sure everything's collected, so that will come off of our volunteers and be onto this system to look after that, to make sure we're in compliance and minimizing as much risk as possible.
So you just, as you were talking there, I began to think, which is never good. So in Snow Road, on Friday mornings, almost every Friday morning, there's a coffee hour. So everybody contributes $2. So we also rent that hall out of that for $35. So do we just does the Snow Road Community Center then just give the township a check every month or two or whatever for that? Or how does that work? Or what will change?
So what that would look like, proposing this new system, is when you go to book your coffee morning, you would book your coffee morning, pay for it online. And then if you guys collect donations while you're having coffee morning, then that just goes to you guys, and you've already paid the township your portion to keep the money directly coming to the township and not in the hands of several volunteers. And
Okay, any other comments? John?
So to confirm the booking, the person making the booking online has to make an e-transfer or something?
would be an option to pay directly through the website, via credit card, or it'd be through, I believe it was Moneris. Kelly was part of that.
Yeah, we haven't established the payment method or how that will come through. That'll have to come back to council. Because there's fees and who's going to pay the fees and things like that. So we do have to work through some logistics of how it will actually roll out, and that will come back to council. But we're just looking for approval to move forward with program, and then the details will be rolled out.
I would anticipate some potential problems using, for paying for this, especially among seniors involved in booking.
So they can still book manually and we probably would still accept payments at the counter for those and maybe for the community groups. Sort something.
From a community perspective, like these groups don't have credit cards. So I mean, somebody's paying they have to access their account and transfer the money by e-transfer. So in a way it would actually work or bring in cash.
So, I mean, we'll take all of that into consideration when we kind of set it up and look at the policy and how we're gonna handle those groups and such.
And my concern is $3,250 a year to maintain. I think it's a good idea, but I'm just kind of balking at the 3,200. It just seems like a lot. I think the idea is great, but I don't know. Counselor Fowler? No? Anybody else?
All I can say is,
Counselor Good?
Go ahead, Kelly.
just say, like, our insurance company would be very happy because we do have insurance for facility users, so we don't have a very detailed list of who's using and when, so we would be easily be able to provide them with that. And the auditors would be very happy because then we would have a wholesome tracking system.
As with the treasurer.
So is it insurance companies would be happy with it? Do we get a reduction in our insurance?
Counselor Good?
Yeah, I just want to ask the same question there. If the insurance company and the auditor would be getting that reduction out, but like I see that $3,250 for annually a year. I just makes me wonder with the how much is going to get actually used. I'm just thinking our own Harlow Community Hall that I can't see it getting used online from that perspective.
So again, for those that are not comfortable using online, we will make arrangements to be able to book through the office. You have to remember also in that, as Brooke mentioned, Darwin staff, they'll be able to easily check to see if there's events. Right now, we don't always know when the events are, say at the Harlow Hall. So to ensure for plowing and having things done, it would give them a much better idea of what's happening at the halls for maintenance.
Stephanie?
So, Brooke, to Kelly's point, if somebody, because I actually had this concern from a constituent that, which was dealt with 100% professionally after the fact, but I had that very problem. Somebody complained that because there's no system where everybody knows what's going on, something didn't get plowed and then somebody fell. So this would alleviate that problem, that if we knew that there was an event going on at a hall, that the roads would know ahead of time there's something happening there and then it would get taken care of. So it would mitigate that risk, right?
How about minimize the risk?
Or minimize the risk. But is that correct? Like that would be something that they would know ahead of time?
For sure, it would allow Public Works to be up to date on all the events and, yeah, go ahead, Darwin.
That's, we've had two instances this winter. One was our heavy snowstorm and the last was our ice storm. And it's a Saturday and we're trying to get the 506 waste site open. So I was pulling the unit from the Plevena Community Center to send it to the waste site, thinking there'd never be an event at the hall with the storm and on a Saturday. And before we left there, we found out, yeah, there was actually an event and it was scheduled. So, and we've had the same issue at the Harlow Hall where we typically, where it isn't contracted out and we're looking after a parking lot or something, we typically would do it with our road operations and then like that it's addressed. But if we know there's a booking on a weekend and we know we need to be, say, checking the parking lot. So I can see it online that we would make a lot of use of it, just to coordinate operations with events and then not be making a hall a priority if there's nothing going on, until Monday or whatever.
So we're going to vote on whether to accept this for information at this point. All in favor? That's carried. Economic Development Officer. This is the temporary position. This is the one you were talking about, Wayne.
Moved by Counselor Good, second by Counselor Regent. Be it resolved that council receives for information the manager of Community Development's administrative report entitled Economic Development Officer Temporary Position.
Counselor Hermer.
Over the past 4 years, we've made a considerable investment in this position. And in my opinion, we haven't received a reasonable return to the coffers of the municipality. It's our duty and responsibility to see that money is spent wisely. I don't think this is a wise investment because it's a cost to taxpayers with no positive return.
Anyone else? Counselor Regent.
Well, if you look under the line that says the EDO continues to assist with the following items for the township, that is what we got for it. So I'm not sure where that comment comes from. I disagree. Who's going to do all this if this person isn't here?
Counselor Good.
I've asked this question before, is why are we not making use of the economic development officer from the county? That's what they put them in the place for down there, if I remember right.
Can't give you, sorry, Corey.
I think the issue is maybe not quite the same goals for the county as the township, unfortunately, and that's the concern. I mean, even if you think about, they're working on a community improvement or community improvement plan, which really it's a much wider, so they're looking at much wider scale. They're not looking at localizing things, and that's always been the issue for us. And we've asked several times in the past, are there plans to localize things or try to make things, and we just don't have that. So that's the concern, and that's why we went with this route. The big thing was a few years ago when I don't know if you remember, myself and the previous mayor met with all the businesses. We had regular meetings, and this was the big thing for the businesses was we really need this assistance. We need help with those grant applications. We need someone to be there to help us with our needs. And that's where this kind of came from originally. And so that's what the focus has been with that. And so for them to go to the county and ask for that stuff, it's not going to happen. So that's kind of that's why this is the way that it's come. It's an expense for us for sure. However, it's something that the businesses really asked for and really, really requested. But again, it's up to, it's a cost for sure. So it's something we just have to decide, is it important, but it's worked out quite well so far.
Counselor Fowler.
Yeah, I've seen some of the work our guy has been doing, and I was really impressed with some of the little jobs that he did. But as far as I really haven't got that much detail of what he has done. But when I seen some of the things he did do, it was really good.
Well, personally, one of the things that I've seen him do is he'll arrange meetings and I'll go along with him and we'll do businesses and whatever else. And, you're in business for so long, here's an award and this and that and so on. It's just, we're in your face and they seem to like that. I'm thinking between he and Brooke and their staff, Summerfest and Winterfest have grown or have come to fruition and will grow even more. I like the idea about the grant applications and so on. At the county level, when we did the county budget, there was no appetite among county council to increase the staff with tourism and economic development and so on. My personal opinion is that they tend to focus on South Frontenac. And it's the largest area, and the farther out you go, the less impact there is for us. So do we have to make it is there any advantage to making this a permanent position or just making it extending a contract? And that goes to Corey.
I think that's going to be that's totally up to council. I mean, really, one way or the other. I mean, you know, any kind of long-term employees looking for that, you know, for retention possibly, they often look for that, you know, that long-term commitment or that, so I mean, I can't answer that because I don't know. It'll have to be, you know, something you guys decide whether you want to do that. Again, it's to try to get that retention and keep that rolling. But if you're kind of thinking, you know, we only want to, you know, commit to this for a couple of years or a few years or whatever, you know, which has already been the case, then that's, you know, that's up to council. It's whichever.
Roy, and then Vern.
You know, I always look at ROI, return on investment, and it would be nice for this report to actually say what this position has brought into North Frontenac. Like, I don't know what it's done. Has it brought in $20,000 worth of tourism? Has it brought in $200,000 worth of tourism? And I don't know how you measure it. It's not, it's, you know, but that's how I would look at it. You know, I'm looking at it pretending I don't know this person, and again, got a tough budget ahead of us.
So Vern, and then you.
Well, excuse me, I researched several municipalities and the role of their EDOs. And one of the major roles that all the municipalities expect is that he developed the strat plan and an implementation for council's consideration. He never even attended the consultation we had with the consultant here with ours. And I don't know, it just seems we're double paying for a job that he should be doing. We hire a consultant.
Right.
We have to remember, we are just talking about the position here. We cannot talk about the individual. So you have to keep it focused on the position because the individual that can get us in a lot of hot water here. So please keep it focused on the position, not the individual. Okay. And that strat plan stuff, I mean, that, I've never seen that before where municipalities had one person, one staff member do their strat plan before. Typically what I see when I go to conferences and stuff is the hiring of a consultant, and that's the most popular. That's the most in order to get that public consultation. So I mean, that is a huge thing when you're doing a strat plan, is getting that public consultation, and that's the intent of the consultant. So I've never seen that before, but that's interesting you brought that up, Councilor Hermer, but just never seen it.
You also get an independent opinion. So anyway, okay, Deputy Mayor.
It is true, we're a small municipality and it is a bit of a luxury for us to have an EDO. And this was a bit of a fight when this position was filled, was it 4 years ago? So, and our neighboring, I don't know about Lanark Highlands, but I don't believe Addington Highlands has such an employee position. I'm not sure that Central Frontenac does. But I think it's a bit of a luxury, so I would vote in favor of continuing this for example, 3 years on a contract basis and reconsidering it in 3 years and perhaps at this point requesting a report in 3 years about ROI. But at this point, I've seen enough of the skill set that's brought to this that is valuable to us, and I would vote in favor of continuing it, as I say, for 3 years as a contract position.
I just keep looking at the dollars here. It's $100,000. Well, it's 70 and 30. Even that, it's not fair off. It's substantial money when we're looking for it.
Yeah, does he provide a report that comes to council at the end of the, like annually? So that we know what's going on?
So we were doing quarterly reports. We've been currently waiting for the strategic plan to make a plan to move forward with a work plan. But between the EDO position and myself, we do provide updates to council and we'll continue to do that.
Brooke, just for a point of clarification, the salary listed here is not an increase from last year, correct?
I will let Kelly answer that. It's not increasing, but it does through cost of living and whatnot, but there's no proposed like to make the job make more money.
Right.
It's just cost of living increases.
Counselor Hoodle,
But this is contract position right now. If it goes to full-time position, is there an increase then? Omers, churn, anything?
So no, the position already is eligible for OMERS because every position now is eligible for OMERS. And because of the term, benefits are already provided, so there really is no change, and the position is on the salary grid where it is, so there is no proposed changes. Should be
Benefits.
permanent.
Benefits stay the same, everything.
Benefits stays the same.
so other than a few minor costs, which can add up, I gather, it's essentially just taking the existing position and making it permanent. Right?
Yes, that's what this report is that it is a temporary position. His contract or the position's contract ends in July. So it's whether council wants to make this a permanent position or extend the contract, or it really is a council decision, but cost wise, there is no changes, whether it's contract or permanent.
So in July, the contract is ended. And that individual could be gone if we don't renew this either way. If we hire him as a contractor again, is there a termination clause within that contract? I'm just thinking, if we decide to cut back on staff, if it's a permanent employee, I know we're not unionized, but there's got to be some kind of policy that say you get this much money and whatever. Would it be any different than a contract? Let's say we got 2 years in and we say, no, we don't want this position anymore. We can't afford it.
So that, I mean, that is definitely something I would be, when I would be drafting the letter of hire kind of thing, that I would be saying to the solicitor, could you help me with, some wording to ensure that we're in a good spot should we decide that we want to end this early. So I mean, it definitely will. It's definitely something that'll be considered for sure within those parameters.
Counselor Hoodle?
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask this out of curiosity, and council may have no authority over this, but we're talking about the position, not the person.
Right.
So would there be a hiring advertisement for this? Because we're not talking about the person, we're talking about the position. And if I'm going from contract to full-time, maybe there's a better person out there.
So our policy, our hiring policies, I read it last night just to double check. I was anticipating someone would ask this question, so good one. If it continues to be a temporary, according to our policy, if it's a temporary position and continues to be, then we don't have to do that. We can extend the contract. If it becomes a permanent position, then yes, we need to, for our policy, we have to advertise it and then, pardon?
That's not council.
No, that's our policy. That's our personnel policy.
I was just asking for curiosity.
Wayne?
Yeah, and I don't know, likely other people's heard this, but I've been told by constituents that we're overstaffed here. So if we're talking about making this a permanent position, I definitely want to record a vote on and would not do that. I don't even think that we should continue on with this position.
Counselor Regent?
So I don't know who'd like to answer this, but if you didn't have this position, all these things that I mentioned earlier that are listed in this report, clearly listed in this report, there's, I don't know how many. Who will do that work?
Right?
So I can answer that easily. A lot of that won't get done.
Okay. That is the same response we got from county staff when we said, if we don't do this, All right. My issue is it's a lot of money, but I think we need the position because on one hand, we want to be business friendly. And here we are thinking of cutting back the community improvement plan. And now we're looking at taking out our economic development officer. That doesn't send a message to the business community that is positive. That's just my opinion right now. So let's vote on whether we should accept this report for information, and we'll worry about it a little bit later, make a final decision. So all in favor of receiving this report? That's carried. Okay, so it is 10:40. Let's take a lifestyle break till 10:50. The next item out is the firefighter group benefits.
Moved by Counselor Regent, second by Counselor Good. Be it resolved that council receives the Director of Emergency Services Fire Chief's Administrative Report entitled Firefighter Group Benefits for information purposes.
Comments? Counselor Hoodle,
So right now they have no benefits.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the firefighters do not have benefits at this time.
And our other part-time staff and casual staff have no benefits either, right?
Yeah, correct, the part-time and casual do not.
So I guess my question is why firefighters?
Mr. Mayor, through you, as indicated in the administrative report, this is to enhance and augment our recruitment and retention program. We are not having younger firefighters apply or younger community residents apply to be members of the fire department. And we believe at this time, based on some neighboring departments, that it is an opportunity for us to pursue and acquire that younger recruit to train as a firefighter and stay in the community.
Some of these firefighters work in other positions, other jobs. If they have benefits at those facilities, would they get benefits here?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I can't speak for whether those individuals would have benefits. Most self-employed people do not unless they purchase them. This would give them an opportunity to top up their benefits or to purchase out of their own pocket family benefits.
my concern is there's $24,000. And then we look to the west and there's Caladar Berry, which we pay 50% of. So, you know, if we do it here, what kind of relationship are we going to create with that fire department and our adjacent council or adjacent township? And I don't think we should be considering this without talking to Addington Highlands to see if they're willing to foot the path the bill for Caladar Berry and then look at it and say, it's not 24,000, it's 40,000. Good idea, but I think it's just, I don't think 24,000 is the bottom. I think it's just the beginning. Roy?
Sorry, what about our other municipalities, Arc, Central?
Mr. Mayor, through you, currently Central has benefits for their firefighters. Addington Highland, through the Joint Fire Committee, presented a benefits package, I believe it was 2 years ago, which was shot down by the committee at that time.
Right?
So Eric and I were out with meetings at Central Frontenac last spring, Eric, when they had just kind of implemented that. And I don't recall numbers, but I know that their recruitment efforts went skyrocket when they put them in place. So it's just, I think that's kind of where this kind of, and I same thing when Eric first brought this, I was really leery, but kind of seeing how it's been so successful for Central Frontenac, it's definitely something to think about for sure, but especially with the recruitment piece, but.
Right?
Cost us $750 a firefighter. And that's actually a very good price, but that's because it's a group insurance, not a private insurance. And you've listed what? So 15,000 for life insurance, trucks, benefits, vision. Would it be, can we change the policy? So if we were going to do it, instead of paying for $750 for a firefighter, say 500, how much would that affect the policy? You know what I'm trying to get at?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I will defer to the treasurer. Kelly spent a lot of time pursuing and investigating plans.
So that is a proposed plan. I think should council approve it, I guess, in principle, and I guess the dollar amounts, then would come back to council for a policy on how we would roll it out. So we've tabled a couple of ideas, whether it's the full amount, whether they have to be on roster for a year in good standing before it starts. Do we partially subsidize in the beginning and, and then as they're here longer, we increase our subsidize. So we haven't, I guess, investigated all of those options at this point. We're just really looking to see if council is.
Thank you. Fred, and then Vern.
Question for you, Eric. The amount of time firefighters like come to the programs that they should be coming to make them qualify, should they be a little more active rather than somebody that doesn't go to all of the training and things like that? I think this would encourage them to participate more. That's what I'm asking, basically.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the thought process behind the benefits package was the ability to have firefighters attend regular training more often. We currently have in our personnel policies, if they're not making their training, they have an attendance interview, which could lead to removal from roster. So this is an opportunity to say to firefighters, not only do you receive an hourly wage, but you receive benefits, and those are commensurate on you attending training and levels of response. So it's going to enhance our certification process, our training process, reduce the township's liability. I believe it will open the door for more recruitment, similar to what the CAO and I were presented by Central Frontenac, where they're now not selecting or not hiring anybody that applies. They're able to be selective. And I think this would enhance our recruitment practices and policies and allow us to reach that optimum level of firefighters on roster, which in turn will allow us to review automatic aid agreements because we'll have sufficient staff at the fire halls.
Vern?
So Eric, then if they don't meet recertification, their benefits would automatically be canceled?
Mr. Mayor, through you, the thought, Councillor, is that the firefighter would, I mean, based on the administrative report, and as the treasurer stated, there are thought processes being determined, but there would be that if you're not making the training, if you're not making the calls, and that is a year-long or longer process, then you are a liability to the other firefighters and yourself because you're not trained, you're not certified, and you're not retaining that training that you need.
I'm not sure I'm not sure the answer was exactly, or did you get your answer? Because I don't think you gave the answer I was looking for. For instance, we put this program in place, we hire a new recruit. The recruit becomes eligible for this and then doesn't show up for one. Meanwhile, he's on our benefit package at our expense, plus all the other stuff. And then you say, well, come on in, we have to talk to you, what are you doing, whatever. And it could be a major management issue for you. Meanwhile, we're providing them and the family with medical benefits.
Thank you for clarification. Mr. Mayor, through you, the thought process as indicated in the report was that the firefighter, the recruit, would be on roster for a minimum of a year before receiving benefits. So it could be a tiered or leveled opportunity.
Councillor Regent.
I think the other point of this would also be, and of course, the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but aside from being able to recruit people, which is a very tough thing, this will help with retention. Quite honestly, I don't know how in 2024 this has not been a thing before. A $15,000 life insurance policy is not that high. We are asking these people to put their lives at risk. And like I get it. We're looking for a way to make the budget reasonable, but this is talking about economic development is one thing. This is an essential service. And how we can ask people to day in and day out deal with life-threatening situations with absolutely nothing but their hourly wage makes absolutely no sense. And retaining people who stay within the first year is like we lose more recruits in the first year than we ever do. It's tough to get them to stick around. And to the chief's point, this, 10 years down the road, it's going to be very, very tough to find people who want to do this kind of work if there's nothing in it for them.
Vern?
Well, I don't believe my question was answered. Like, I ask if upon failure to be recertified, would benefits cease immediately? Or would they continue for how long?
Mr. Mayor, through you, once the firefighter attains certification, they no longer have to recertify. They do and are required under our personnel policies, required to attend a minimum of 50% training. So that's 2 sessions a month. Whether or not they would lose their benefits would be based on the attendance interview, and that would be after 2 years of service. So they would have to be on the roster for a year before they got benefits. If in the second year they did not meet the training, as you suggest, retain certification, then they would have an attendance interview and they could be removed from roster and they would lose their benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Roy. Do these firefighters get OMERS? Do they qualify for OMERS pension?
So at this time, we've got confirmation from OMERS that fire volunteers do not qualify for OMERS.
Do our part-time staff, casuals qualify for OMERS?
All part-time staff, all casual, so all other employees do qualify for OMERS upon hire. That just changed in
Yeah.
2023.
Counselor Fowler? Your mic, Fred?
This is for North Frontenac firefighters, but what about the Caledon-Barrie firefighters? They're in our township doing the same work in their area. I'm just wondering, is this something that they would have to bring up to their council, or would they be able to bring that to this council as well?
Mr. Mayor, through you, this specific administrative report and requests for the benefits packages for North Frontenac's wards 2 and 3. Chief Cuddy has addressed it with the committee before, and I'm sure if council approves, he'll be looking at it fairly quickly.
That's my concern right there, is because we turned it down before. Whether or not Addington Highlands and us would have to vote equally for it. And I don't know how it was going to turn out. It's financially, I don't know how they are, whether they're strapped as we are or not.
I haven't talked to anybody there, so I have no idea what they're doing. Okay, so we're going to accept this report for information at this point in time. In favor? Carried. Diagnostic software.
Moved by Counselor Hermer, seconded by Counselor Fowler. Be it resolved that council receives for information the Public Works Manager's administrative report entitled Purchase of Diagnostic Software for Heavy Duty Equipment Analysis.
Just out of curiosity, so who does our repairs? Like, do we have mechanics on staff, Darwin, or?
It's Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we have a full-time mechanic on staff. We do all of our own safeties. What I realized isn't in the report. We maintain vehicles for the other departments, including fire department and roads and recreation. So overall, we maintain about 36 vehicles. and about 22 of them would be considered either equipment or heavy duty trucks. So this software would work on about 22 of our heavy duty vehicles. So
Yeah.
including the pumpers, tankers, and then our road trucks and loaders, backhoes, graders, bulldozer.
And just so I understand, to simplify this, this is the same diagnostic tool that I use for my vehicle and I plug it in, it gives me the, very simple, it's sort of the same
Yeah,
idea.
it's similar, except it goes beyond, it gives you the codes,
Mhm.
but then it also links with software that gives you full diagnostics and suggested repair procedures. I find our mechanic is really progressive with the technology. His background was from companies with large fleets of transport, so he's always, following and researching this type of technology, so. The other thing that isn't mentioned there is I'll call it self-funded. The unit will pay for itself in short order because it's just ridiculous, the cost associated with bringing in the dealer's mobile service unit to work on equipment here especially.
That's what I was looking at. It's for John Deere's over $1,400 per call, service call. A couple of those calls a few calls would pay for it. It's an initial cost of $9,100, but it's $2,500 for software updates. Is that per year? 2,500? Annually?
Sorry,
I
yeah.
don't know.
That's significant, like it's not a small annual fee, but it includes software updates and an update, to all of the manuals and resources that are linked with that.
Anything new that comes along?
Sorry?
Anything new that comes into the?
Yeah.
So my comment along that is, in going back to economic development officer's request for that software for the halls, it's $3,200 a year for annual maintenance, and this is $2,500. And so I think this is, do it in-house, get it right. Anybody else with any comments? All in favor of accepting this report? That's carried. 10-year capital plan.
Moved by Counselor Good, seconded by Counselor Regent. Be it resolved that council receives the treasurer's administrative report entitled 2024 Summary of the 10-Year Capital Plan 2024 to 2033, TCA Replacement Schedules, Plan Spending, as amended for information purposes.
Okay, comments. So before we do, Kelly, is this where you want us to go into this section by section or whatever, or we're gonna do that later? How do you foresee council proceeding?
So again, first motion is to receive it for information purposes, and then we do have a motion to approve it. So I guess this is your opportunity to sort of ask questions, and then we would ask that you approve it in the final motion.
So first comment is, the first motion is to receive it for information. In favor? That's carried. So then. Can I make a suggestion for next year? We double this up. So we have a whole series of all these extra items. We have a motion to receive. And then it shows up later as a motion to approve. So this would actually be two.
I'm looking to Tara as the clerk.
Can we do that? Simply because you got the report, and that's great. But I'm having difficulty saying we're just accepting this. No, I finally got it. But over here, we're gonna come back and approve it, discuss it, change it, whatever. Is it possible? Or can we leave that open to discussion, see if it works? Maybe it doesn't. Corey?
So we changed it this year because what we found in the past was you would go through these reports and then you would approve them. And then you would go to the budget and then you would see all those big numbers and you'd say, oh no, we just approved 50,000 over here, but when I look at the whole picture, we can't afford that 50,000, right? So that's why we changed it up this year, trying to say, to you guys, just receive everything for information, then we'll go through the budget stuff, and then you're gonna see the overall picture, and that's when you get to make those decisions and say, you know what? Yeah, we can't afford this 50,000. Let's take that out, and then it's bang, it's done. So we our intent was to do exactly what you're saying, to try to make it so you have the whole picture, and that's why we've changed it up. So I don't know, maybe we're kind of hoping you would tell us, at the end of, we hate what you did or we love what you did, but that's why we've done it this way. It's different for us too.
Having been through the County of Frontenac's methodology, they do something very similar to what we're doing now. They have a presentation and there's a general discussion over what the ask is. And then at the end of the day, they put everything on the screen and say, yes, no, absolutely not, absolutely yes. And that's it. So, okay. Okay, I well, maybe it's just the way the reports are written. There's nothing wrong with it. So, okay.
We're open though to any changes you want for next year too, though. So don't, again, we're just trying to.
Open for discussion
We're
is all
trying
I'm
to make
looking
it
for.
better for you.
Like, we don't eat, breathe and live this stuff. You guys do. So that's your job. We pay you a lot of money for that. So I think right now we have to refresh ourselves every time. Vern?
Well, I just saw an article, I can't remember just where it was, where due to increased efficiency in technology and machinery and vehicles, that some municipalities now are considering a 12-year asset management plan instead of 10.
Okay, so as an individual who used to be considered an expert in asset management and buildings, our plans were 30 years. Anything over 3 is really rolling the dice. By 5, you are really entering into crystal ball territory. By 10, you are. But what that really happens is, and if you look at the road report, it says we're going to spend $300,000 on this road. In 7 years, it should show up again. It's only as a placeholder, so long-term what it's going to be or could be. This figure might change 3 or 4 years out here as you make this a working document. But 30 years, it's still nice to have, but you really only focus on the first 1 to 5, maybe 7. Because a vehicle's going to last. Our pickups look like they last 8 years. Our big trucks, 20? Fire trucks, 25? Okay, so you pretty well know. So every 20 years, you're going to replace a plow truck at $300,000, $380,000 or whatever. But yes, 12 is short, but we've got a document we've got a great start. Let's use it, see what we can improve it. Okay, so are there any comments before we vote to accept this document? All in favor of accepting this document? Carried. So now we go to the draft budget, motion number 1.
Moved by Counselor Hermer, second by Counselor Fowler. Be it resolved that council receives for information the treasurer's administrative report entitled 2024 draft budget.
Comments? In favor? Carried. Motion number 2. We can't do that yet. That's down the road. Okay. So now we're into council discussion.
So if I can, Mr. Mayor, so at this point, I propose that we maybe, I don't know where everyone is with their homework and doing that. I don't know if you want to go department by department to see if anyone has any questions about a specific department. I'm just not sure how you want to move forward as a fulsome discussion, or if people have like a list of items that they want to question. I'm just not sure. Councilor Good has some items. I just don't know how you want to strategically work through it.
I know Councilor Good has to leave no later than 1 o'clock. And we've got
Okay.
lunch in there. So I'd like to go through this department by department, but I want to make sure before Councilor Good leaves that we hit his items. Okay? So can we start? We all have this nice, neat budget package.
So you want to go department to department or, okay.
So the first point is council. Do we have any questions? Any comments?
I'm sorry, you started with council?
I did.
Okay, so
I
we do
just want-
have a default tab that's first.
What's in
Um,
the default tab?
So that is where we record the Canada Community Building Fund money coming in and out,
Okay,
and the OMPF funding in and out. So there really isn't a lot in there, but I just wanted to make sure nobody had any questions within that first
Okay.
tab.
okay. We'll do the default tab. Any comments? Any thoughts? Any comments? Kelly, the gas tax, that's a never-ending program? Or is there,
Currently, but there, nothing's guaranteed.
we'll be good to the next federal election for sure. Okay. So let's go to council. Sure, Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was removed. Um,
First
Yeah.
page, item 50110.
Yeah.
So this isn't, that should have been taken out if it was the approved budget, right?
Yeah, I'll have to look to see why it's populated there.
And the money for the strategic planning consultant, that's just held over, carried over. We haven't
Yeah, there's
paid
just a little bit left to
Okay.
to pay at this point.
Roy?
So just to go down to 5180 conferences. What is the change from 23 to 24? Or is there a change? Or just an increase?
So it's just an increase, which would bring you up to a value that everyone would be able to go to a conference.
2,500.
And that's reasonable.
Okay, but hold on a sec. But it's still one per counselor, two per mayor,
Correct.
same as last year.
So last year, we did not fully fund. Should everyone have wanted to go to a conference, we did not have enough funding last year.
Because we made that decision.
Correct.
Okay,
So it had been reduced through COVID. So we have not got back up to the full complement. And so last year it was one of the items that was reduced.
well, I think it's one of the items that should be reduced this year too, because I'm not a big fan of conferences to begin with. But my other question is, you've increased counselors to $2,500 per conference.
Just the expense for the conference.
But when I look at staff, it's $2,250.
Yeah.
Why the difference between staff and counselor?
I'm not sure why I did that. I don't have
spend
an
more?
answer.
So I'm putting it out to the rest of the council here. I mean,
Okay, so how many of us went to, or how many conferences did council go to last year? I went to one, Fred went to one, Roy went to one, John went to two, that's 5. Vern
That was
didn't,
it.
Stephanie didn't, Wayne didn't.
Correct.
So even at 6 conferences, that's $15,000, right? As opposed to 20,000. And Do we have to, are we at the point where we have to start being judicious about who goes where and when? I mean, if I'm allowed to, that's fine. But if someone else wanted to go, you know, and we didn't have the money, then then the mayor would have, or should be able to step aside, or people who have gone to a conference before in that year and someone else who hasn't gone. Odds are we're only going to go to what? Does anybody want a conference this year? I'm going to AMO. Other than that, is anybody else going to a conference? Oh, yes. So there's two. So you're looking at $5,000.
But yourself and Councillor Fowler went to Roma as
Yeah,
well.
so that's 10.
But your AMO's being paid for by the county.
No,
Why not?
two are coming here and I get another one from the county. My choice.
So I, see,
Don't tell me how to do this. I know.
I just think the whole concept of conferences has to be looked at.
Well, I agree. I really don't think much of the Roma conference anymore. I mentioned that last week. I was talking to a counselor from Lanark Highlands, and she's not going anymore either. It's just not worth it as far as she's concerned. When cities like Sudbury and the region of Waterloo are there, and it's supposed to be rural Ontario Municipal Association. What's a city of 500,000 people doing there, or 150,000? And if you want to do two workshops, they're at the same time, you have to make a choice because they're not offered again. So it's a lot of money to go. Anyway,
Well, when I talk about conferences, I'm not just meaning council, I mean staff also.
so staff. Yeah, staff may get more of it than you and I will. Yeah, depending what's in the conference. So it was last year, the AMO conference or the Roma conference did a lot on healthcare. This year it was still on healthcare, but it was a different slant and was talking about uploading. The big benefit is getting to see or talk to a minister, and we talked to Ontario Hydro as well. That was probably really good. And then to hear other people's opinions on certain things. But there's not a lot that as a counselor, you're going to bring back that's going to affect the day-to-day functions of staff. And the other thing is, Roy, you and I have been to so many, we've organized them. It's maybe not quite fair to others. Stephanie?
I just want to say I completely agree with Councillor Hudo. I think this entire conference budget needs to be looked at, especially since we're considering getting rid of community improvement plans and benefits for firefighters, but we want to keep this. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, something you just said, if to affect your day-to-day, just get out in your community, like get out in your ward, talk to the people who are there. There are so many opportunities for education. Some of it's not even going to cost you a dime. There's so many connections you can be making to get involved in things. And there is a much better way to spend your time and not this $20,000 when we have these other things that I personally believe are way more important. So this needs to have a major look at.
Roy?
So Councilor Reader makes an excellent point. It's about give and take in this budget. So if I'm going to take away, this is probably the $20,000 I would start with. If you're talking about benefits for firefighters or, that has probably a bigger impact to all of us. So I mean, I've seen it before in large municipalities. When times are tough, first thing that goes is conferences.
Okay. Councillor Fowler, then Councillor Hermer.
Yes, I got a question for Kelly. Do these conferences get any funding from the province for us to be there?
No funding.
Councillor Hermer?
My opinion on this, a lot of conversation, no results.
That is the intent of going to a conference. What? We did talk to Ontario Hydro, and someone told me that there's more hydro trucks around in the last couple of weeks than there's been all along, and we do have a personal contact being developed, right, Corey? That get finalized. That came out of the conference. So that's a lot of money to spend for whatever. Counselor Good.
Just on that, the reason you've seen hydro trucks around it, they're on a 7-year program. I think it got reduced to 5-year program. So that's why you're seeing the trucks around there. They're just doing different areas. You'll see them, then they'll be gone. It's not because you were at the conference.
Here, Daycon tomorrow. We've got North Frontenac taken care of. Give them a week and we're good to go. Okay, I have no issues with reducing this. And the other thing is because, this is to Roy's point. I'm already registered for AMO, but from 25 on, I have no issue with the mayor going back to one conference. Okay, because the mayor and the county councillor can also use, or sorry, the other councillor to the county could use county money. I have no problem with that at all. Sure.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't be using that money anyway, instead of putting it into the township. That baffles me on that when that came up.
Okay.
So you say you're in favor of reducing it. Well, I say we reduce it by the 20,000.
Well, you already spent 10. Or how much have we spent? 5? I'll be 7.
So
It'll be
2 had
8.
already gone to Roma, and I believe the other 2 are already registered for AMO. So if I did 4 conferences at the 2250 that I did for the other conferences, it would be 9,000. So we could reduce it by 11.
I'm happy to give up OEMC. It's a for all.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Fowler, what do you think?
I've got one more to go to with the county and I do get a significant amount of information from there, but I don't think it's really necessary all the time.
Going to a conference is more about who you meet, who you see, who you talk to. And you just get lucky every now and then and, something comes back, but the day-to-day operations, you don't, these are not conferences that tell you how to do something. Stephanie?
Well, yeah, I totally agree with that. And besides, that should be look, you represent the council and the township, so that's for you to do. There is no need to be spending this kind of money for the rest of us to be going to something. Especially with so many other things that are more important.
I think that you have to think about an equal opportunity. Fred?
I think it's very important, the conferences regarding the delegations that go before the different ministers. When you have something that's really important for the township, it's always good to be able to go to the provincial parties and just lay your case out before them.
Wayne?
I'm not gonna use the words I was thinking of, or Stephanie.
Be nice.
Yeah, I've been up to quite a few conferences and we've had a lot of delegations at them, and I've yet to see anything come out of the delegations going there. You can go and talk all you want to whoever, and it's not the minister either. It's a representative for the minister most of the time, and you won't see nothing come out of that.
Well, I agree with you. Okay. So if we reduce this particular budget item, say to 9,000 or 10,000, doesn't matter. It does, but it doesn't. And there's an allowance for counselors to do 4 conferences. All in. Wayne?
Yeah, and Council Hurdle talked about employees going, I think it was him who said about employees going to council or to them. I think there's a lot to learn for the employees to go, for the heads of the public. From what they come back with and what I've seen on their reports, they've learned a lot, and I think it's beneficial for them to be able to go. I don't know if they'll be able to go to all of them or not. I'm not sure how many they go to now, but like especially, the clerk and whoever, I think it's beneficial for them to go, but I'm not personally in favor of us.
I went to when I was on the Committee of Adjustment, I went to their conference in Peterborough, and that was a good conference. There were things you could actually learn, hear about, and actually bring back. Okay, and I know for a fact, based on my discussions with Corey and Kelly, they got more out of the conference than I did. You know, so I have no problem with that. So we're two conferences and John's at one, so that's,
Willing to pull back.
okay. I think this could be easily reduced. Wayne?
Or John, is it John already paid up to go in there or signed up?
No, it's just a plan.
So it's the same with my AMO conference. Is that been paid or is that just a placeholder at this point?
I believe you've been registered already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can get all that back though, right?
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, so I don't know for
Okay,
sure.
we'll leave it for this year, then we'll get back to it. Okay,
So just to clarify, then we're gonna reduce to 3.
well,
So there's already been 2 at Roma and then your AMO conference.
right. That's 3. So we made it $7,500. Staff's on a different one. This is just council. Right. So anything else within the council? Sure. Sorry, Wayne. No. No. County pays. Yeah, you're paying for nothing going to the county. Okay. So there's a membership publication here, Municipal World. $300.
Yes, I can maybe let Tara speak to that publication.
Do we see that? Or do you use it? Okay,
So it's a magazine that comes monthly, and I get it. I do read it and review it. And then I put it in the library. So if you wanted to read it, it's in the library.
we have a library.
We do. So it's just right beside Caitlin. It has some books in it and the monthly magazine. I think there's some other monthly magazines that come as well about
Okay.
infrastructure and things like that.
Thank you.
And I do flag if I see something that's of particular interest. Generally, it's for Corey. I'll flag it and put it in his mail.
And local government week activity is $1,000. Corey, can you explain that? Local
hear what you said.
government week activities.
Yep. So that this year was the stuff, the activities that we did out here, as well as the contest at the school and stuff that we
Okay.
came and did so that's that, which is again proven to be a really worthwhile. This year was awesome. The schools were just, how many kids do we have out? And
180 kids.
180 kids this year, which is phenomenal, that came out and they got to do the touch the truck and they got to do games out back and they had pizza and they had just a,
What schools they come from? Northbrook or Cloyne?
Yeah, we had North Addington, we had Clarendon, and then we also had Granite Ridge in Sharper Lake.
Really?
so we actually got requests from other surrounding municipalities as well as was it the MMAH? They heard such good things about it that they wanted to, they had kind of got after Brooke about explaining what happened and how many kids and all that. They were that impressed. So it was kind of a really big deal for us this year.
Alrighty. We're gonna leave council now. Is that okay? Okay. Administration. We accept US money at par?
Yes, we do.
Not bad.
We get less and less all the time.
I would think so. Okay. Comments, folks? I asked about replacement of computers. Do we replace them on a regular basis?
So we have our agreement through the county, the FMIS agreement. And part of that agreement is that the computers would be replaced based on the warranty schedules. Generally, what we do is we have computers at the fire halls and such, so then we kind of recycle them through. So the fire halls and that will take sort of the
Okay, every three,
replaced.
we do so many every year.
We do so many every year. It ends up being between 3 and 5 years generally, because we had to kind of spread it out. When we had the oil spill, we replaced a whole bunch all at once. So we've had to slowly kind of, so some got extended longer than 3.
Kelly, just a question. The bank closure in Northbrook and the transfer to Tweed, did that cause any additional cost to the town?
Not directly at this point. We're fortunate enough that we've had staff that may be heading to Belleville, so they drop it off for us in Tweed. So we have not seen a big expense other than just kind of trying to time it with somebody that might be driving past Tweed.
May I ask what income protection year-end payout is? What is that line? It's not very much money, but it is $4,000.
So within our personnel policy, all full-time employees are given 1 day per month for income protection. So this is sort of like the sick benefit. And the policy is that any unused up to half is paid out at the end of the year.
Paid out to who?
To the employees. So if I was allocated 96 hours and I had 60 hours left at the end of the year, I would get paid out for 30.
Really?
Yeah, it's been in policy since, well, I've been here 17 years. So, yeah, the policy has been in play.
It's interesting. Most municipalities took that out years ago.
Yeah, and you were given 10 sick days, they monitored, and I can tell you how many staff had exactly 10 sick days. You know, because it became not a benefit, it became an entitlement. I think this is a good idea, actually. In a larger municipality, it wouldn't work because the monies are too much, but in a small one, maybe it's all relative.
So years ago, we would budget for a full, assuming nobody took any sick days. And we've reduced it over the years because, generally people are using their time, their income protection time. So the payout is minimal.
So conventions and conferences, 5180, that's the line. You reduced it by 11, or to 11,000, and we spent 8,800 and change last year. So basically it's maintaining the status quo.
Yeah, so last year, the CIO chose to just do 2. So there was a policy and a direction from council that the CIO would attend 3. And then again, this year, just things that are going on has also remained at 2 for 2024.
So if you want to go to a conference, where does this come out of this fund too?
Yes.
So it covers all staff.
So it just depends on your department. So the public works manager, his conference is listed under roads. The clerk planning manager, her conference is under planning, and then she has one here under clerk.
Okay.
I see you're entitled to 2 conferences. Is some of that for accreditation purposes?
No, so a few years ago, it got changed to 2 conferences because I think all of the managers have 2 conferences. So again, the clerk planning manager has a conference for planning and a conference for clerk. The public works manager has one under roads and one under waste this year. So what this is just the last 2 years. So last year I went to AMCTO. And then I always go to the MFOA, which is the treasurers. So this year I went to Roma and I'll go to the treasurers.
Stephanie?
Just out of curiosity, in place of yours, can a manager send a staff in place of themselves to a conference?
Yeah, so if a manager can't attend a conference, then they can send their deputy as a replacement.
So and there's item 350, training seminars, the 17,000 in there for continuing education for all employees. All employees in this office, right?
Administrative, yes.
Is that typically understaffed?
So right now, this year, we already have sort of committed or proposed to commit almost 14,000. It just depends where people are at. We encourage them to get their designation through the AMCTO program. So some pieces are about 450 per semester, but there is the HR component, which is I think a couple $1,000. So it really just depends where they are in that journey and getting their designations.
Am I reading this right? Postage, $18,000 a year?
That is correct. And we had to increase it this year. We actually basically ran out of postage in 2023. So we have
So
carried
that
a
That'd be like mailing out tax bills.
tax bills, arrears notices every month. You're well over $1 per
Can we not-
letter.
Can we not do that electronically, Kelly?
Tax
bills electronically, why send it?
So we do have people
Oh, you-
register for electronic.
I didn't even know that.
Yes. We do try to recap it in the newsletter that goes out with the final bill. So yes, we do have some people that have signed up to receive it electronically, but
Can we
still
not
have-
make that mandatory for most people? That would save a lot of money.
yeah, we can't make it mandatory, but we do have it there. We do try to remind people that it is available.
It's not just the postage, it's stamp there, it's
Well, that's,
all materials, putting everything together in the envelopes
yeah,
and
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
in the time. So yeah, we-
18,000.
Want to apply for a job as an envelope stuffer, like a seat filler. Is there anything else? Okay. Economic development. We'll get through this one way and then we'll go to your particular items, okay? One item I've got on here, pretty minor. Township branded clothing for manager community development, the economic development officer, $300. We don't have anything for counselors or for other staff going anywhere.
we do not.
I would suggest it, but it's not eager to suggest it, so anyway.
The 98,750 for the EDO, that's the position we're talking about?
What number is it, Roy?
Yeah, so that would actually not just be the EDO. So a portion of Brooks' salary comes from economic development as well. So they're kind of, a lot of the salary, kind of a percentage comes from different departments. So part of that, over that, what Brooke already reported on would be coming as part of her salary as well.
Okay, so when we're looking at that position later on, when are we talking about that position?
So I think when you get to the motion on that position is when you would decide whether you're officially decide whether you're keeping it or what
Okay.
you're doing with it, but you will see there's a note. So for 2024, that EDO position, if you choose to continue with it, we did propose 20% of that salary would go under admin because they do help with communications. And then you'll see that the MCD position, 45% of their salary comes here, just so that.
Anything else under economic development? We've got 6,000 for Summerfest and 3,000 for Winterfest. We voted on that before. We have $17,000 for business initiatives.
The, under conventions and conferences, MECD/EDO, 10-1 conference each, $4,500. Are they going to the same conference?
We did go to the same conference last year. This year, we're gonna look at sending the EDO, depending on where that ends up, to an economic development specific conference. And then the MCD would go to the OEMC just to get spread out the knowledge.
So this obviously includes those EV chargers that we applied for. Okay, folks, anything else before we turn the floor over to Wayne? All right,
All right, top of my list, well, it's not the top of the list. I'm gonna start off with the Smith Falls Hospital grant, or $5,000 to give them for the new machine they want. Now, I don't know for sure, it's just a rumor that possibly Northbrook Community Medical Center may be wanting something like that as well with their new doctor coming in. So I don't know how many people go to Smith Falls. I talked to Corey about earlier there, and he said quite a few from this end of the municipality does go to Perth, and then they're sent to Smith Falls for to go on the whatever machine is there. MRI,
Yeah.
yeah.
and there's a
So-
new one in Napanee too,
Yeah,
or
and there's
being
one,
built.
I was gonna say, because anytime that I've gone, it's always been the Napanee from our end. We're always sent to Napanee.
Yeah, there's one in Kingston General, and then there's one in the strip mall in Kingston as well. And that's typically where you would go. But you're gonna see all this become one big reservation pool.
Yeah, so anyway, I just got questions on whether we should be giving $5,000 to Smith Falls.
Everybody from here east does Perth and Smith Falls. It's a
That's
combined
the-
hospital.
Okay, then all right, I'll let that go. Alpha Fire Hall was next on the list. It was $40,000 for a new roof on that.
Last year.
Oh, that was last year? Okay, that's that one's out then. Maybe some of this is from last year too. I just was going through this in the weekend past. Towers. repairs to towers, $2,000, maintenance agreement, $7,800, and inspection, $5,000. I know with, and I heard that there was a mandatory thing that's gotta be done. Is all of this in the mandatory, or is it just because, I've worked on towers, not my whole life, but a good part of it, with Hydro One, and the tower just doesn't, break if it's put together properly. You know, unless there's a tornado or something tears it down. So I don't know about this inspection part. Like why we have to do that.
Mr. Mayor, through you, our towers have not been inspected except for this year. We had a third party renting some of our tower space. They refused to climb it because of the conditions of the guide wires, and then the expense falls to us as the tower owner. During that process, the company that installed our new tower and was going around and maintaining the Appa Tower and the Snow Road Tower indicated that under federal regulation, we are required to inspect our towers and maintain them, whether they're guide or freestanding. And that was the quote that they provided to inspect and review our towers. We haven't been doing it, but it is in place, the process, under federal regulation.
Okay, I think we should maybe see that in writing or something, because I know Hydro One doesn't inspect their towers every year. We can't do it. Cost a fortune. So anyway, that would be something to check in on.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the cost to inspect and maintain our towers is spread out annually. We're proposing one tower a year to catch up on the cycle that is required.
Alpha Seal and Paint, Plevna Seal and Paint, 4,500, 5,500 for one and the other. Is that annually or is that?
Yes, that is annually. So we are required with our agreement under Orange to make sure our helipads are are painted and sealed every year, to make sure they're up to par with our agreement for the Orange area.
So those pads, Brooke, are asphalt or concrete? Asphalt, so we're just basically sealing the surface. Well, painting, but I don't think the sealing works. But go ahead.
So Orange actually gives us 7,000 a year to go towards this as well, to help with that, with those maintenance items. So I know it's a lot, but they are giving us, you know, not too bad for the $9,000 or whatever that costs, 10 grand, whatever they are giving us 7 to go towards that stuff. So that's a bonus.
Minor too, so on street light supplies, $500. Anybody goes out to do your street lights, they supply all that stuff, so. And I said that, is that on top of what the labor is for that? I know it's only a minor thing, but
I haven't, sorry, Corey, could you answer that? I haven't used that $500 because I've only contracted work.
So can you just clarify, Councillor Good? I'm not really following what you're asking there.
me, it's saying like we're supplying the parts to repair streetlights. We don't keep them in stock, do you?
We don't. So we would have to pay for that though from the contractor. We're paying for those, whether it be a whole light or whether it be a sensor that just needs to be replaced or whatever, we're paying for those items plus their time to come and fix them.
Yeah, but that would be all included in their time, the bill, final bill. It wouldn't be just $500 added on to each time for reparts.
Well, they would, yeah, they're billing. I mean, Kelly's got, maybe she's,
Yeah, so under contracted services is where we pay to have the streetlights repaired. The other materials, shop supplies, $500 is just for, I can't even remember what, you know, like in any other department, it's for cleaning supplies or something like that. So I'm not. We didn't spend any in 2023, so I'm not sure.
It's just a placeholder in case we need it.
Yeah, for small items that might be required.
Okay, streetlights.
Before you go on that, do we have a replacement program for the streetlights?
We do have a TCA reserve fund for streetlights.
Okay, I don't know what section this was, but there's a multi-use tractor and it's got $1,000 in there twice underneath that. Maybe I just read it wrong. I don't know what that's all about. That just looked to me like it was double dipping on it. Mistake on the, not double dipping, but mistake on the 1,000 and another 1,000 below it. Okay, yeah, here's what it is. It says base budget at $1,000, and then right below it says, multi-person, personal tractor, $1,000. It's on the same line in 2024.
I think one's just the total line
Okay,
that you're looking at. So the way the system is set up, you sort of see the account number. And then there's sort of any description that we may have of $1,000. And then there's a total for that specific account number of $1,000.
that's like what these other ones are too, so I'll leave those other ones. Repairs to John boats, I guess this is to Brooke, asked. Like, there just seems to me like there's a lot of repairs to boats in here. And on every one of them, it's a repair, like there's just a whole list of repairs to boats, motors and trailers, like they smashing every boat we have. It's costing us $400 or whatever to repair them. Like, what's going on there? Like, there's numerous here. If you go to that page.
So every boat and trailer and motor that we have has a general repair budget. The repairs that we're seeing is mainly the construction of the boats and the welding is where we put a lot of repair money towards boats. Motors, we do our annual service on them every year. That's where the motors money goes towards. And then trailers, it's generally lights, wiring, stuff like that. The boats are heavily used daily.
I just looking though, like if I go down this list for 2024, like the boats, like I've had a boat, I don't know how many years, I've never had to get it welded in 20 years. Okay. Sure.
So you have to keep in mind, so one day out on Crotch Lake, 78 campsites, every single campsite on Crotch Lake pretty much is rock. So they're pulling those boats up to rocks. They're doing that probably 3 times a week for 6 months a year. Way different uses than, and I agree, I always used to drive me nuts too, Wayne, but reality is these boats they're not doing the same thing. They're not being pulled up to your dock and going fishing 1 or 2 nights a week. They're every single day, they're hitting these rock campsites to get on and off, get the garbage, get the this, that. So their use is so different. And these boats now are not made like they used to be. They are terrible. They're just doesn't matter what you spend on them. They're not like they used to be. They're not nice reinforced like they used to. They're just, I hate to say it, they're garbage compared to what they used to be, Wayne. And so that's why you're gonna see that. And unfortunately, it's wear and tear every single day. So these boats are out, 6, 7 days a week and they're out for 6 months. And that's what they're doing. It's way different than what you and I would do with a boat. So that's why you're seeing that.
So we do use a welder who has reinforced a lot of our boats, and the particular business does guarantee the work too. So we've had a lot of free repairs as well. We've had boats that are only a couple years old that we've had to re-rivet the whole boat. And so we are reinforcing them as we go, but they still just get a lot of use.
And then we did that we got a brand new boat, a really nice boat. We reinforced it and then we had issues and we took it in for warranty work and then They said, sir, you reinforced it. We can't do the warranty work on it now. So it's,
It's
right, so the
typical-
company, right? So
typical.
it's just kind of, it's one of those deals, and I know it's terrible, and it used to drive me nuts when I did Brooks' position, and what are you guys doing to these boats? But really, it's reality, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. It's not gonna get better.
Do we have people that be running this chainsaw, like a trained to run it, like a cutter skidder license or a arborist?
Yep, so staff actually just all got trained for use of ropes and pulleys and large chainsaws last year. And they all do also have their chainsaw certification. So they are more than trained to use large saws and ropes and pulleys and winches and it's just so we can do a lot more of this work in-house. The dress show really showed us that it costs a lot to have contractors in when we have staff on in-house that are able to do this, just need the proper equipment to be able to do it.
Okay, and so we have the safety equipment as well to do it, the chaps and all that. Okay. That was pretty well what I had on my list. Now. Thank you. That was quick.
Thanks, Wade. So overall, this process is, we're going to go through this budget today. Is it anticipated that we're going to finish this today? Or is this?
That is council,
I knew you were
really
gonna
up
say
to council. Depends, I guess, where we get to and what decisions are made. We haven't scheduled a second meeting. And we, over the years, we have done it in one day, but it really is up to council what you're comfortable with.
Last year we did it in 2 days, right?
I believe last year was 2 days, so.
Yes. I'm just a little bit leery about having one of our counselors away, when we're making the final decision. So that's just my thoughts for now. So if we do set a second meeting, then everybody knows about it in advance and it's up to that counselor to be there. Okay, because this, I figured today'd be a long day and I figured we'd be almost there, but we wouldn't be quite there yet. So I was thinking maybe another half a day somewhere. I don't know. We'll see. Wayne?
I would be comfortable with, shouldn't say it like that, but I would be comfortable with the rest of council. Everybody knows what we've got to do. And I would hope that all council would abide by that. We got to take care of our roads. We got to cut wherever we can, and I think council is trying to look for that. If you didn't feel comfortable with me being here, we could put off the final say on this till the next meeting. And it's up to you, the rest of council. I don't want to hold council back because I've got to be in Kingston.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. Okay, all right, so back to this. Lunch here?
I do believe lunch is here if you want to break for lunch.
Sure, so we're back here, it's 35 minutes, 20 to 1?
Sounds good.
4 to 1? 4 to 1. Yeah, it's not a good idea, but yes, we could. I can bring it back early. Next section up is sundry. Any comments, questions? And that's that. Sorry, Stephanie?
Sorry, the Land O'Lakes Lions Club Food Bank, the $2,000. Have we always done that? What do they do? Like, obviously it's like obvious what it's for, but what exactly is it for there? Like, what would they do if they didn't have our $2,000?
Well, this has been approved for quite a few years and prior to me being in this position, but my understanding, I'm not sure what they would do without it. I mean, they would have to raise more money to make up for it, I would assume. I don't know if they're able to. I'm sure they raise as much as they can, but it does help with our food bank in that area.
Okay, sorry, one other question. The garden club, the $700 for the planter boxes. So is that for the garden club to go around and maintain these planter boxes? Is that what that's for?
Right, so they maintain them all, they water them, they plant the flowers. They also do some in our cemetery in Cloyne, the Pioneer Museum or Pioneer Cemetery. So that is what that's for maintenance, planting, et cetera. And Corey has a comment to add to that.
They also maintain, they have flower beds that they got approved previously at Berry Hall and at Harlow Hall, and they also maintain those as well.
The community grants program, $9,000. What is that?
Mr. Mayor, through you. So, so the community grants is our community grants program. So that's for community groups. Okay. Understood.
That's the one we discussed on Friday. Or, yeah, with a meeting before. Okay. So just out of curiosity, Kelly, some of these items are showing up as in 2023 and there's no item for 24, but then it's on a different line. Is that just different programming or? For instance, if you look at the Santa Claus parade, it shows $800, but it's somewhere else, or if I got that wrong, but some of these are double. There's a new entry for 2024.
Yeah,
What-
so some of it is, we did take some of the items that were previously under donations and kind of put them to the, what we feel is the appropriate spot. And move them to another department. The program, if I were to fix just like say if there was a typo and I fix it, it makes it a new line item. So sometimes you'll see where it looks like the same thing, but because I've fixed the wording or changed the wording slightly, it makes it a two lines in that document.
So as you work with this will eventually disappear then?
Yeah, it'll clean up over time for sure. This is just our second year with the program, so we're still kind of trying to tweak the flow of it.
Okay, so am I missing something? Mazadon Sand Lake Swim Program? Pardon me? Move?
Yeah, so originally it was under recreation. We just thought it would be better to put everything in one spot that is a donation. So previously that fell in a donation under recreation, but we just help counsel that everything that is a donation is in kind of the same spot.
Okay.
So when I look under expenses where it says North Frontenac Employee Recognition Program for 2023 was $3,000, but in 2024.
We moved it to admin. We did move
admin.
it to admin.
There's no way to put down. Cause
Well,
way I look at
it creates like funny lines if I can't change the 2023 wording is the problem. So it is the one sort of little quirky thing with the system that still trying to navigate.
So the item 5374, senior stay-at-home initiatives. That's the $10,000 for the Land O'Lakes Community Services and for Rural Frontenac Community Services that we did as a pilot program,
Yes, it is.
and the uptake on that is minimal.
Yes. But that is to be reviewed in March. In the original report, we said we would bring back something around March as to the status of the program and what's working and what's not working. So CIO will develop an admin report to talk about it.
Meanwhile, it changes our tax levy.
So the funds are in a reserve fund. So we have a seniors initiative reserve fund that was
That's right.
established by council a few years ago. So it is coming out of reserve currently.
Okay,
In the draft policy, we just don't have any mechanism if there is uptake, how we're gonna keep it flowing. So that's, something to consider in the future.
So Kelly, that's generally the case in these detailed expense reports. It doesn't indicate where the money is, if it's taxation money, if it's coming out of a previously allocated reserve. You don't see that explicitly, is that correct?
Not always. We did try with some of them to say that it is funded from a reserve, but what you would do is if you're looking at all the expenses within sundry, if you go up to the revenue account 45,000, that is where you'll see where everything that is coming from a reserve is listed. So under 45,000 in the revenues, you see doctor incentive, partially funded from the medical services reserve fund for 10,000, subsidized funding to Land O'Lakes. Frontenac Community Services funded from the Seniors Initiative Reserve Fund for 20,000, doctor recruitment assistance for Lakeland's Family Health Team, 20,000. So if you kind of go through the expense items, if you look at that 45,000 revenue account, that's where you'll see what's coming from reserves.
okay, so while we're at it, thank you for doing, this is great. I mean, once you start figuring out where things come from, and then you hit, it was community halls, and it was the capital plan, now where's that? Well, I finally figured out where that was as well, so. And the roads.
Yeah, the system is new. And for those that haven't been on council, but then for those that have been, the format's, slightly different. So it is just learning how to read the document as well.
Okay, we're gonna leave sundry and we're gonna go to fire. Sure,
There's no money for a Christmas party for the staff? Well, unless I'm looking at this incorrectly, it says, well, there's nothing there.
So again, we did move that to admin. So I don't know if you want to go back, but to admin, we did put it grants and donations because it really isn't a donation.
Okay.
But we did do the grants and donation sort of object account number. And there's $1,000 in there for the staff.
Thank you.
that's what we agreed to last year. Okay. So fire.
So when I look at the salaries that have gone up, that's because new recruits.
The increase in salary, I believe, is just cost of living at this time. There is no,
Which line
there's-
item, Roy?
We have the cost of living. We also budget for possible merit increases, so we do budget for that as well. And that would be the fire chief and the deputy in there.
And the 24,000 I see is in there as a placeholder for in case we adopt the fireman's benefits.
So the proposed benefits, 24,000, that was from the report before we talked about briefly. What's the Canada Life benefit for 5,500
So that is for the regular benefits for the fire chief.
for the fire chief?
Sorry, Corey, go ahead.
So Councillor Hoodle had asked earlier about other benefits for firefighters. So do we still do VFIS? So would you consider that to be a I know your answer was no, but I almost wonder if you forgot about the VFIS and what that is, Eric. I think I'm not sure we missed that or if we're even still doing that, but.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. VFIS benefits are accident benefits that pay for the firefighter while on duty. And the firefighters have an opportunity to purchase at their own expense off-duty coverage for accidents. So that is the VFIS benefit, and it's accident coverage only. So if they're injured while they're on duty.
Are they eligible for WSIB or are they under that as well?
Yeah, so we do pay premiums, WSIB premiums as well.
Okay.
And I know, excuse me, this is, on here before, what is EHT?
The employer health tax.
I asked that too. There's a lot of small items. Relief fire? Okay, let's go on to police. Just this $26,000 increase. Livestock loss? Why do we have this? I asked it last year and I forget. I know it's only $365, but unless someone's doing something I don't know about.
It's legislatively required, so if a farmer loses livestock, we have to reimburse them and then the province reimburses us.
The cost, $365 is arrived at by how?
So there is like an amount that has to be paid out, but you have to do the inspection. So the amount paid out will get reimbursed for, but we have to do an inspection. So that covers the inspection if we had to go out and inspect the livestock to confirm that it was killed by a wild animal. We have done one claim since I've been here, so we don't use it a lot.
So this is not white-tailed deer. You know, just as Fred. Well, I've hit one, Fred's hit two this year, so. Conservation authorities, that's just the general increase that we approved earlier in the year. MVCA and Quinty. The building department. So we're changing out Don's vehicle. So this extra, sorry, the additional clerk is under this?
Yeah, that's correct. So we're actually, our plant, we're holding off a little bit on it just because of, there's a whack of changes coming to the building code.
Right.
So we're holding off on that position a little bit right now until hopefully we can learn a little bit about that so that if there's stuff we need to be adding to that role description for it, then we can, because we still have to go and once we kind of develop our role description and all of that, then it has to be sent off for pay equity for all of that to kind of, so we're holding off a little bit on that in hopes that we soon hear about the changes, and then we can, if there's stuff that we can add to that, that's gonna kind of work, then we're hoping that we can cover it off in that position as well.
That was covered off of that one speaker at Roma on the Tuesday morning. Did he say March 31st? Okay. Is this where the septic inspection cost is too? I saw that somewhere.
So this is where people applying for the septic permits and inspections happens here versus volunteer septic inspection program.
That's the
So
one I'm talking about. Where's
that's
that?
in roads.
Okay. I knew I'd seen it. Are there any comments, questions about the building section? Okay, let's go on. Let's go on to bylaw enforcement. Any comments? Protection and emergency services? There is a CEMC conference. What's that stand for?
Mr. Mayor, through you, that is the Community Emergency Management Coordinator. Conference is held annually in Toronto. Probably one of the best conferences I attend for information and knowledge.
Okay, so it's 2,000 and we're using 2250 elsewhere. So just a thought, so you spent 1932 last year.
It is a 2 or 3 day conference, so it doesn't last the typically 4 to 5 days. It's a very short conference, which would equate to a little less in
An
expenses.
extra night in the hotel, an extra, yeah.
Fred, just looking at the helipads, that's 54110. Did we have to use these helipads in the last year at all?
Eric?
Mr. Mayor, through you, yes, we did. We used them, I believe, twice.
Okay. So Orange mandates that we have to seal these. I don't believe in sealing asphalt, so I guess it's so porous you can almost see through it. I could also defer to the MTO, previous MTO expert beside you, but
Mr. Mayor, through you, it does keep the dust down. When the helicopters land, there's severe kick up from dust,
okay.
and the sealing does reduce that.
And then it's taken into the engines. Okay. We good to go? Oh, I didn't mean that, but animal control? So we do pick up animals and. Okay. All right. Hmm? Just dogs? See you later. There's a picture on Facebook of an elk down near, Myers Cave Road and Harlow Road. Pardon?
You're not supposed to identify where you find those animals. That's a big no-no. Did somebody put the address?
Yeah. Yes. As an intersection. Okay, streetlights? How about roads? Pardon? Exactly. The replacement of, this is, I guess, to be, replacement of caulking material. Ward 3, was that on the floors, or was that on the walls or the doors, or what? For the Ward 3 garage, I presume.
Was that the one at the Plevena shop
Well, this one
or
is,
sand shed?
this one is 45,000 contributions from reserves. Replacement of caulking material, Ward 3, replacement of caulking material, what was last year, doesn't matter. Just Ward 1. 51,000 bucks. That's from the reserve as well. Red,
Um, like regarding, Norcan Lake Lane, is there any plans to be up there, this year to do any of the maintenance?
Yes, there is, but, patrolled and maintained on a regular basis, same as any of our other township roads. If you're just talking about maintenance,
How many, like, are you gonna be grading the road more than once?
it'd really be based on the need. We've graded it at least once a season and some seasons 3 times. Last season, it was in good shape except for one hill. So we had our contractor that does our winter maintenance go and drag and grade just that hill where there was some washboard and potholes. So it's really just based on the need. I know it's an issue for some residents, but it really is based on the need and our minimum maintenance standards.
just wonder in that particular instance, it's worthwhile doing it twice anyway, like once in the spring and then once just before the cold weather sets in. It's just a thought. Yeah, you're the one you're responsible for it.
I know there's been
Mike
lots of
Davis.
discussion about it. We've previous commitments regarding or comments regarding number of gradings. It was really to estimate what the maintenance might be when council was considering assuming it. It wasn't a commitment that thou shalt grade it 3 times regardless of the condition. So
John?
I see that you have a guardrail program beginning in next year. and there's a big expense in 2027 on guardrails. Is there anything coming up for, I mean, residents are also complaining about guardrails in a couple of locations. Do you have any plans for Norcan Lake Lane?
Yeah, we developed a 10-year plan and we're in about year 4 or 5. You won't see an expenditure this year because we did a 2-year contract and we did the 2024 section in 2023. We did the 2 years worth in 1 year. And I believe the Norcan Lake steel beam is scheduled for 2028. And that's where it fell on the priority list that we did when we did the 10-year plan.
Okay, so I'd like to go through a little bit through the capital plan, but not till we get all the comments done for this section. Fred?
I have one more comment that I understand that Narcan Lake is not just being used by the local people that live up there. There's also some logging operations that are hauling somewhere around 500 loads a year out of their area. And that puts extra wear and tear on that road, and that's where some of my concern lies, is you got heavier trucks using the road. And they're maintaining their roads apparently, but what about the North Frontenac area?
You mean if the loggers have an obligation or?
I understand that loggers don't have an obligation
Right.
or trucks using our roads, but my concern is that this road is being used a lot more than what we seem to think, just because the people live up there, but there are also other heavy equipment on that road constantly.
Yeah, I guess as far as logging and heavy equipment, and especially since the windstorm, it's, you know, we could look at Buckshot Lake Road or Mountain Road or James Road. They're all heavily traveled right now in 509, 506 with log trucks and heavy trucks. So I guess regardless of the use, the maintenance still triggered by the condition, not, you know, if the log trucks are generating conditions that need to be addressed, then they'd be addressed as part of the regular maintenance operation, but.
Darwin, I see here under computers, there's an annual subscription for diagnostic equipment for tandem trucks and for fuel systems. So just what all does this cover? Being you're asking for this other additional.
So the fuel system is for the system that's on all of our tank installations at the 2 shops in here at the municipal office. Where we, whether we're providing fuel to recreation department, fire department, roads, public works. We download and sync that data. It's all electronic now, and we can track quantities, usage, and who was pumping the gas and what vehicle it went in. So the other one, the 750 for diagnostics, is a system that we purchased for it'll only do the Freightliner trucks. And I talked to the mechanic about this. Even with the new system I've proposed, he'd like to retain that one specifically for the Freightliners, and goes into provides more detailed information than the new one that I'm proposing. So.
Roy?
Just to go back to Councillor Fowler's comment on the logging trucks. We don't get any stumpage fee or anything to help pay for the maintenance on the road. Is that correct?
I couldn't comment on stumpage fees if we get anything. I know we do royalty from gravel pits, but then I guess I should have mentioned Arcole Road. There's always, you know, there's a mine in there. There's logging, there's, you know, significant use of that road by heavy trucks as well.
I'm not aware that we get any stumpage fees, and I do believe it was looked into a few years ago. I think maybe even Deputy Mayor Inglis had looked into it, or talked about it before, but yeah, there is no mechanism for us to get any of the stumpage fees. I know it was looked into and talked about, Corey might even remember, a few years ago. We kind of wondered whether we could, and we investigated it, and there was no mechanism.
So there's no opportunity to require trucks using our roads on a regular basis to get a second permit or a local permit?
Not that I'm aware of. Really the only thing we control on the roads as far as trucks and heavy equipment is our regular half load season where we impose half loads.
It's just that these logging trucks are huge, right?
They are,
And
and
they do
you
cause
see
a lot
them.
of damage,
Yeah,
especially on the curb with the. It's just, and I know you mentioned one time they will do some repairs, but.
yeah, there hasn't been anything recently that I'm aware of at all.
I guess that would come out of the tax or whoever owns the bush they're taking the logs out of or whatever. Doesn't matter. Fred, you had a comment?
Just like to see if we could do a little more, even on our, or like Arco Road, I know it's being used by heavy trucks as well, and if, you know, if there's anything we can get to go towards the cause, it would be beneficial, I think.
It's kind of like, what do you do with the transport truck that comes through? Or how about the trucks falling out of the Calabogie mines coming down? 511 and through Lanark and whatever. So. The way we're set up, okay. Anyway, any other, oh yeah, I have a comment. It says replace radios, outdated radios, $3,000. These are the radios of the trucks or just wear out or what?
Our newer vehicles, we've been replacing the radios, but we do have some older vehicles with radios that can't be upgraded or reprogrammed. So that's, I don't know what we'll need there, but it was $3,000 placeholder to replace that older equipment.
Roughly how many, is that 3 radios or 1 or 2 or?
What was that going to cover? So 3 or 4, and we know some of the base stations in the offices need to be upgraded, so 3 or 4.
Darwin, do you have a sense that heavy logging traffic is increasing over the last 5 years? Is there a trend? I mean, I've certainly noticed many more than I've ever noticed in the past.
I would say it's just anecdotal, but as well, since the windstorm and the logging and these big windstorm cleanup and then other folks and owners logging, taking advantage of it while they're in the area. I would say it's increased, and just living on 509 and hearing them start to haul about 3 in the morning. I would say it's increased.
Just another comment, you mentioned somebody mentioned 511. I heard a story years ago that Steep Rock Calcite, which it's different, it's Omnia now, runs multiple trucks a day. I heard a story years ago that Leonard County got a huge contribution from private industry to make that road better. And it is a wonderful road from Perth right up to the site.
Yeah, I would say that was probably something they did voluntarily for their own benefit. I know up by the where you go to the Tatlock and to the mine, that whole 511 was realigned there, and I understand. I don't know what the deal was on cost sharing, but it was initiated by the private company there.
Other comments about the road section? Okay. Waste disposal. So Darwin, when I'm reading through this, is it the Coin site, waste disposal site, is shared with Addington Highlands?
That's right. Cloyne, the ECA, the approval is in both names, North Frontenac and Addington Highlands, and we share that site. We manage the blue box recyclables. We have our own waste bin, garbage bin, and Addington Highlands have their own garbage bin. And then we also share the hazardous waste site depot at 506. Addington Highlands residents can access that site. And then the treasurer could give you more detail, but we split costs annually with Addington Highlands for both those services.
So when I said Cloyne, I meant the one on 506. You're talking about the one on Scudamour Road?
That's right. Yeah, that's the one that's in both names and shared. And then 506, what you call Cloyne, we just share the hazardous depot. We don't share the waste site operations or recycling.
So if there's a problem down the road, then with one that's Scudamour, then both townships would share in the whatever we need to rectify the site and remediate, I guess is the word I need.
That's correct.
Yeah, I have an issue with it. Sorry. Roy, then Fred.
I see in 2023, we did the waste shelter replacement at 506 waste site. Are we still continuing with the other ones? Years go forward?
Yeah, we are on the capital. We have Plevena scheduled for this year.
Fred,
Is it possible to increase some of the winter hours at some of these sites? There is a request from residents, but that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think it's up to council's decision. We want to consider that.
personally, I have heard really nothing from residents, but several of the small businesses in the area do complain about not being able to access the site during the week. And then they're occupied on Saturday, so that becomes a problem. So I don't know what you do with it. I know the Mississippi site is not heavily used. So.
When we adjusted the hours the last time we looked, Mississippi, Ampa and Cache Wakmak were kind of similar volume wise and went to 1 day a week. With Mississippi being Saturday and Ampa and Cache went to Sundays. But so the three of them are about the same usage and have the same number of hours once a week.
So the 50296 septic reinspection program, that's the one we hire Rideau Septic Systems. The voluntary system. My concern is like, we're looking at 6.5% uptake. If they're mailing out the letters, that's 569 letters going out. As long as we're not doing it, I'm okay with that. But my concern is it's a $5,000 budget. We spent $51.75. What happens if the system takes off? Do we max it at 5,000 and that's it?
We used to budget more. We used to budget 10,000 annually, and then the numbers dropped off and we'd reduced that budget. And I guess if we were approaching the max, I would come back to council either with a request for additional funds or direction if you wanted to cap it and cut it off at 5,000.
Okay.
It hasn't, I know the numbers are increasing, but it hasn't been an issue to date.
Okay. Other comments? In the recycling area?
I got a question
Right?
regarding the recycling are we getting any money back from our recyclables, like the cardboard and the cans and glass?
We currently pay by the ton to get rid of all the recyclables, including paper and cardboard. Cardboard has fluctuated. Sometimes it was zero. Sometimes we were compensated and other times it was an expense, and it's currently an expense. We still do get some funding through Stewardship Ontario, but that will end, this would be the last year. Next year in 2025, we transition blue box material to producer responsibility. So I have an admin report on the agenda for the next council meeting, bringing that transition forward and providing some options and seeking some direction on how we want to proceed during that transition to the producer responsibility and afterwards. So that'll be on the next regular council meeting.
With the blue box, is a possibility that it'll give us relief cost wise?
I'm sorry?
The new blue boxing you're speaking about, is there a possibility we will benefit from that financially?
The options range from we can opt out and leave the producer totally responsible. So we wouldn't have any income from it, but we wouldn't have any expenses. Or we can what they call opt in, and we can take on a portion of the responsibility right through to it would all have to be negotiated, but we could still manage depots, but they could be responsible for the bins and trucking, or just have to decide where that split is. And that's the type of thing could be a couple presentations to council, but that's what the future will look like, and that's what the options are.
Yeah, it sounds, I'll be looking forward to that.
Yes.
Question for Kelly. There's item 52-360, medicals, drivers, abstract, what's PVSC? It shows it up a couple of times in the detailed budgets. Just what does it stand for?
Look, oh, Eric, can you? Yeah.
Police vulnerable sector.
They changed the code.
Please check. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Cemeteries. Community halls. I guess the big one is one of the big ones is the volunteer dinner, volunteer appreciation dinner. Corey?
So we did that. I don't know for you, those of you who are on council before, we did that once before. So what ended up happening was we invited all of the community volunteer groups and staff and council waited on them for the night. We served them. And what a hit it was. It was just incredible. The high from the volunteer groups, from us just having council and staff waiting on them hand and foot was phenomenal. They loved it and they talked about it for months. So it's just one of those things we thought we'd put back on there as a PR thing for you guys to consider, and again, they loved it. They talked about it forever. So it was really one of those things that we did that had a major impact on our volunteers. So it's just something, again, it's not a crazy amount of money, but it's an extra, and it's just something for you guys to consider if you want to be involved or take part in it.
Any comments?
I was just gonna joke that my wife's a volunteer and she would love me serving her dinner again.
I was at that other one as a volunteer and it was good. And I know Leonard does it. They use Timber Run. So. Anybody want to see this taken out, or everybody okay with this? What? Okay. All
Yeah, we'll
right,
take it out and take one of your conferences out to cover for it.
it's already
keep it
taken
in.
out.
Jesus.
Any other comments? Okay, on to recreation. How can something with a budget that's only like 100,000 to 200,000 have so many pages? Can you do something about this? I should know this, but it says replace outhouse at PCCA. Which site is that?
It's the Palmerston Canano Conservation, but that was last year. But this year we're proposing Sand Lake.
The maintenance of the boat launches, that comes out of this, not yours. It's split.
It's split, some are mine and some are Brooks.
How do we decide?
If they're on a shore allowance, they're mine, and if they're within the
Got it.
land use permit process, they're Brooks.
And is there anywhere, maybe I missed it, because I got home late last night. In your budget, Darwin, have we talked about boat launches? Because you have talked about that in the past. About that's an area we're gonna have to look at.
Currently, just any really maintenance I do, unless we have a special project at them, is just out of my regular operating budget. It's a bit of grading and gravel.
Just for my clarification, Darwin, the signs for parking, are those up yet or are we putting them up?
For parking,
Yes,
Uh,
parking bylaw.
it's in the works. We have new signs here to go up yet. Some have went up. I really have to review the signage because unless we have special locations that are a problem or of interest, I don't need this elaborate signing along the roadways because just by default, you're not allowed to park on the highway on the township road.
Okay.
So there's just some locations where we'll still sign because it's a location where it's an issue, but in general, other than plow turnarounds, boat launches and parking areas, I probably have less signage than before.
Which one of you has Shabamika? You have Shabamika?
Yep.
Okay,
We have new signage for that. We work with Brooks ordered the signing of notice about the bylaw for those types of launches.
yeah, okay, I remember that, but there is stuff still to come when once the warmer
yeah.
weather comes.
Just real quick, the parking bylaw is still, we're still working on it. It's kind of one of those things with our programming that we have to have for the fines and the unpaid fine. It's kind of one step forward, two steps back. So we are still working on it and we're still trying to get everything taken care of, but it's not that long ago. We just got approval from the Chief Justice for our set fines, and then now we're working on that there. So it is taking some time, but it's complex. So we're getting there.
Well, back the truck up. We approved the bylaw from our perspective. We approved the fines and had to go for official approval. Now what's the next step?
Now we have to apply, we're working on an application through ARIS with the MTO. And that's where we're able to, it's for unpaid fines, things like that, where we can, right, so but the process for that is phenomenal, and it's just like, we get a few steps on it, and then we get a big, and then we're waiting a month for a response from so-and-so, or we're still working at it, but we're not there yet, so really it's not ready, but we're getting there.
Fred?
I'm looking at the expanding the parking, that's 52800 access points. I was down there one time just taking a look at Crotch Lake, and it was a real tight way to drive around there. We made, that was about a year and a half ago or so. Have we made improvements in the parking down in that area already? Or lately?
Go ahead.
Yes, so the expansion at Crotch Lake has happened. It is very large. You could land a helicopter or plane in there now. So take another drive and you'll be quite impressed with it.
We went in the other side and there was no room. You go over the hill and you're in the water. So there's, on the same item, there's $40,000 there for Helen Lane parking. What's that for?
Yeah, so we're still pending ministry approval. So hopefully we'll get it this year. So we just keep allocating it until we get a decision from the ministry on whether or not we're able to expand Helen Lane parking.
Okay.
No, I was just agreeing with Brooke about the parking at Crotch Lake. We go there fishing, it's no issues.
So Brooke, Schooner Road, gravel grading and ditching, this is paid for out of Parks Reserve or something, or it's not out of our levy, is the $56,000.
That's correct. This entire budget doesn't affect the tax levy.
Okay. Libraries? Planning. Roy?
Just go back to the libraries. The libraries are run by Kingston. Yeah, we pay for, why's that?
That's just the way it's always been, kind of thing. They don't have buildings back here. So we pay for the buildings, we pay for the maintenance of the buildings. We have in the past had some partnerships where they've kind of, we need new carpet and they've paid for the carpet, or we want to redo it, and so we've had some of that, but it's always been, it's our building and we maintain the buildings and they do it.
Right, just, if we didn't, they wouldn't be here.
That's correct.
Consulting services for $98,405. That's our cost from the county. And that's their figure this year. We're on item 50295.
Yeah, so that is their budgeted number for 2024. We're happy to say that we saw minimal increase because we do a lot of stuff in-house. So it is a portion based on hours on a 3-year rolling average. So we are, saw not really much of an increase this year, even though their budget did increase overall.
And the peer review, that looks like to be our expense.
So the peer reviews, we pay them, but we get reimbursed from the applicant. So you'll see a revenue at the top for peer reviews.
So $5,000 is not very much money when we know a peer review, some of them are $4,000 or $5,000. So it's just the kind of a placeholder.
Yeah, because it really just comes into us and then goes right out to the consultant that did the peer review.
Okay, property, building maintenance, grass.
Just a question. The cleaning contract for Cloyne, is that paid when it's done? Or is that amount just paid out regardless of how much it's used?
So there's a set amount per month that we pay and it's based on cleaning. I believe it's every 2 weeks or as needed within events.
Maybe I missed this in the other departments. When I look at training and seminar, what does it mean includes per diem per day? For training or seminars? 50350. I'm under planning, last page.
So that's because when we have the committee do training, we have to pay them.
Oh, that's for committee.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
staff just gets a regular.
Right, that's what I'm wondering,
salary.
like, if you're getting a
but-
per diem plus your pay, like.
No, committee gets the extra.
Got it.
The infrastructure loan payment, that's for the debenture on this building.
Correct.
How many more years have we got to go?
Still have 20.
20? It was a 30-year loan? Oh. Yeah, sorry. When did we build the building?
I don't know, seems like forever ago.
It doesn't matter.
I'm trying to remember what year. Yeah, we still got about 20 years to go.
Vern, anything? Brad, anything? Okay. Municipal taxes? County and education. Property taxation. So with that portion done, can we go to the roads capital plan? That's this one at the back. Like, there's a couple in there. We had the discussion last year, Strathatom and Quackenbush. Darwin, Lookout Hill, where's where? That's the one on Moss Lake Road. What? $19,000? Go buy a tree instead. Remember that. I know. What are we doing? His personal road.
It'll be pulverized and surface treated.
Okay.
Yeah, we've deferred it for a number of years.
So the other comments were Quackenbush and Strathatom. Where did I read Quackenbush? 25,000. It's right at the bottom of the first page. We deferred that. Did we agree last year to $25,000 a year?
Yeah, I brought it forward last year, and it was driven by complaints about the condition of both roads. And they're seasonally maintained, but they're in poor condition for the summer months and didn't meet any type of standard really. So last year I brought forward, I think I'd requested double the amounts here and looking for a annual commitment until we got them up to acceptable condition. So we went with less funding last year. I've just included the same request and amount this year to continue our improvements that we started last year.
And that was the same for Strathatom too, then.
That's right. Yeah, it applies to both of them. We did a lot of work last season on Quackenbush. It wasn't in a condition where we could even start to gravel. Had to, do some ditching, remove rocks, and the first thing we did was brush it. And then we put in just granular B to get started, and then but really just granular B. We never got to any type of granular A. So the plan was this year to continue with those improvements.
Now that you mentioned brushing, we have our own brushing equipment right now.
Yeah, we do, and that's what we used up there was the excavator with the brush head on it.
So we're not gonna have to hire out any brushing or weed cutting on it this year, right?
The plan this year, because our new tractor with the roadside mower was purchased, will be here for this summer. That would do all our roadside mowing. I think we bring in this heavier unit to do heavier brush. The plan was to bring it in for a few more years, cut the heavy stuff, and then be able to keep up with the brushing then with our own boom mounted mower. But there's some roads where we still need to get caught up and get the heavy stuff taken care of by this bigger unit.
Any other comments about this? Like what's in it, Roy?
This is a question on Buckshot Lake Road. You're deferring a portion of the road section?
I was going to bring that forward at a future meeting when I have a better idea of the costs and the scope, but my proposal is to defer from the Clarendon Miller Hall to 509 intersection. So that section it's in poor condition. Since I started here on a fairly regular basis, we have drainage complaints along I'll call it the east side, I get where with most of the houses, because there is some ditching on the opposite side. What I plan on bringing forward there is it isn't just resurfacing, it really needs to be reconstructed. And while we're doing that, plan is to bring forward an more urban section with curb. And on the one side in particular, some catch basins and address the drainage. The road over the years, if you watch along in front of some of those residences, got built up and raised as it's been resurfaced, and it's creating some drainage issues there.
So that 447,000 was just for that section, or there's?
No, that is from the northern limit, all of Buckshot Road, then south down to there. Yeah, and then doing Sand Lake and the short section of Beach Road as well. So all of the roads in that area be completed. that section that I'm gonna bring forward, the plan was to bring that forward as a separate project. We've talked about possibility of some funding available and having something shovel ready. So it'll be bringing forward is that we have that designed and available and shovel ready if there was some funding available.
And when do you think that will be deferred to? Like a year or two down the road?
Yeah, and
So at the Roma conference, so there is the more houses funding, which we really are not able to apply for anything because we don't have a whole housing strategy and housing plan. So it was announced that 10% of the funding would be used for the smaller rural communities to apply to help with infrastructure, realizing that improving the infrastructure needs to happen as well as the more housing. So we're just waiting to hear when that's coming. So I suspect we will hear something this year because they announced it, just a few weeks ago. But again, how much it is or when it's actually coming out, we don't know yet.
So really, Darwin, it's two completely different projects.
it is, yeah.
Because what happens is.
It
you're
won't
gonna-
go with the resurfacing. And my vision there is that it's well traveled from 506, 509 to the hall. I mean, all the way through, but that section of the hall and the cenotaph and the park area and cemetery, church, library, that it should be more of an urban section and look like the rest of the village does. So that's the plan for that, but it will be a reconstruction and separate from the resurfacing work.
Yeah, okay, the trouble is once you start a project and then you stop, and then a year or two later, you start another project right beside it, residents say, they'll say, why are you doing this again? Like you're but it's completely different, so I understand that now.
It is really, and there won't really be any overlap in them. It's not like we'll be tearing up something that we've already worked on.
So then the South Levant 509 area for 25 and 26, you'll do all those together.
That's right. So South Levant really is on the program in 3 different sections, but we've included them all together here in the 438. Well, South Levant Road is just because of the nature of the road, it's broke down into 3 different pavement sections.
Okay.
So you'll see it on the road needs study as 3 separate sections.
Okay.
But I mean, there's lots of reasons with economies of scale and everything that we come in and do all of those 3 sections in one project. So that'll take us from below Wilbur Road up to 509.
So why are we doing Buckshot before South Levant?
Well, it's a mix of trying to hold some roads. It's sort of a mix of resurfacing and preservation management. And I don't know how to say it tactfully, but South Levant can't really get any worse. It'd be deferred for a year. Well, it really can't. So in the study, we determined, let's hold Buckshot and these others. And then, and then let's do South Levant from one end to the other.
So really you're triaging the road.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we gave you an extra $200,000, could you move half of that 438 into like do South Levant Road from 509 up to Cruise Road?
I'd like to do it all as one contract, one project. Plus there's some legwork to do on South Levant this season. There'll be culverts to do, and there'll be other work that we haven't assessed. So we're doing that work and assessment this summer and preparing it for next summer. So
A little bit of a political promotion thing for us. A lot of people asked about that particular road and have numerous complaints, as you know. If we can tell them we're starting the preliminaries this year, the construction will be next year, we should be able to make that fly. And without too much, it is what it is. But like I told you, when I got elected, took 10 minutes to ask when South Levant Road's being done. And that really hasn't stopped, and there's other people. So. Brad?
Beat you to it? Okay. So what if we gave you $200,000 and you borrowed 200,000 additionally, 237 from reserve? Is it physically possible to do South Levant and Buckshot in 1 year? Do you have the manpower?
There's a bunch of legwork really to do on South Levant with, like I said, with culverts and, because it really is a reconstruction. You know, if there's areas we want ditching, ditch clean out and improvement, you know, maybe work on a corner. It's a lot of work in one season, but
Well, you and I talked at the break. I'm a little concerned about if we, you know, 700,000 a year isn't going to cut this program. We have to be at $1 million plus, well over $1 million. Can you physically do it with yourself and the staff? If we increase to say even $500,000 or 300,000, can you absorb that within your day-to-day operations? Like physically, you're only one person, you only have so many resources.
we can the 300,000 and what I bring forward the roads that we be proposing to do, but the roads I bring forward typically will be resurfacing.
Right.
Without, you know, the full reconstruction and the, you know, and the type of work that South Levant needs. So we can program it, deliver it, but we'd be selective on what roads we picked. And I'd bring that forward to council, what roads we're proposing with the additional 300,000.
Kind of damned if we do and damned if we don't here. Will South Levant require a consultant?
No, I think I might just under my consultant services have them in to look at individual locations. But I didn't plan on putting out a consultant assignment for it.
Okay. There's no money in the budget for any preliminary work on South Levant Road this year.
No,
So how are we gonna
other,
pay for this ditching and so on and whatever?
I would include it in the reconstruction project. This summer would be design, assessing it and developing the package for it to go out for next season.
Okay.
The other, like what I might need a consultant for, if we have like we did on Harlow Road last year, if we have a really distorted section that's having geotech issues, like I may use a consultant to get a recommendation for a short portion section like that, but not to put the whole package together.
Just a question, South Levant Road past Cruise Road up to the county line. As I recall, that was one of the worst sections of the road. Is there any way we can do a bandit operation, sort of smooth it out? Like, tear up the road and make it gravel for a bit for that section? That wouldn't cost too much?
Well, we could make it gravel, but I just hesitate to do that because gravel brings its own issues with dust and flying stones and potholes, and it's if it's going to make a surface better than what we have, it'd be pretty heavy on the maintenance. You know, right now it's just patching, cold mix patching.
You're taking care of the resident beaver up there too in that one low area. Eh?
Sure, they probably have by now.
The road's a foot off the water, and here's the beaver building a dam, eh, so. So you're comfortable with this roads program, obviously.
I am, yes.
And that's based on us giving you an extra $300,000. Of which 200,000 comes out of the Canada Community Building Fund, gas tax. Is there any benefit in us increasing that amount coming out of that elsewhere? For another 100,000 or 200,000 or whatever.
What I'd like I'm not one to turn down money. What what I'd like to see is, if it's 300,000 this year, see an ongoing commitment for that. That becomes the annual allocation. And then we can program accordingly, and we're not trying to address big spikes in one season, but.
This brings me back to where we started, or where I started this morning. I think we need a surcharge on the taxes. I hate to do it. But I think we're at a place where we have to stop kicking the can and take action somehow. So if we look at 1%, that's $70,000 a year. I think we should be able to leverage money inside the gas tax reserve and provide you with another 150 or 200,000 a year. I'm not so much worried about the capital asset reserve. I am a bit, but it's not critical. At this point, we've got to catch up, and once we get in place with the stable funding over a couple of years, then maybe we can turn our attention to bringing that reserve back up. So I know Kelly said Friday, well, we have a $3 million bridge. What do you do? That's true. But $70,000 a year isn't going to help us that quickly. But if we waited a year or two to at least a year to put that 70,000 in, we're looking at 1% as a program for the roads, and then we would access money from the gas tax reserve for another 200,000. That'd be roughly 300,000 a year, which would give you approximately $1 million a year to work with. That's just my thought. Roy?
So we give you this 300,000 if we do. But you just mentioned before that you couldn't do 2 roads in 1 year. So you would contract a lot of this out, obviously, or?
No, what I meant was like, add another one like South Levant. That's like, it's pretty intensive.
Because of the size of the
to
project.
deliver, because of the size of the project and type of work.
And Buckshot's a big road too, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's mostly Buckshot's, a lot of it's preservation. It's mostly just resurfacing. So those jobs are pretty easy to issue. It's if we're into culverts and a lot of other reconstruction type work, that it's quite a bit bigger package to try and put together and get out. So what I would do with additional funding, and that would come to council, identify the roads that we're proposing to do with the additional funding, but the focus will be on resurfacing type work.
So 509 year after, that road's in worse shape than 506 and Buckshot Road. You know, like, are you just looking at resurfacing that as well, or are you looking at, I know you've done some maintenance work on it over the years and
Yeah.
improved it. But what has to be done to that? What's in that contract?
There's a lot of pulverizing. There's a lot of rutting and distortion. It's not like South Levant. But it's not like Buckshot Lake Road either. It's in between. And we haven't done, other than that short stretch at the KMP last summer, we haven't touched it really since I started here in 2017. So there's some sections of 509 that have been deferred, and they're just starting to appear on the program now.
If I understood you properly, so we look at the tax levy, what they propose now, you're suggesting another 1%?
1% surcharge that goes strictly to upgrading the roads. Okay.
So adding on to what was.
Yeah, so if we're at 5.3, where we were,
6 something.
yeah,
6.3 levy, which worked out to a 5.7 tax rate
okay.
for residents.
So we're a little bit lower, but not much. So we would add 1% on top of that.
6.7.
And that would go strictly to the roads. And that 1% would be identified. And then over the next year, we all work together and see if there's some way we can make use of the money or leverage the money that's inside the gas tax reserve to the best of our ability. And I'm not advocating taking that down to zero. I'm just taking, maybe we can take it down part way and build it back up. Or something. I don't know yet. Without having to add another 1% on top. And if we can make that work, then maybe we would also look at adding that 1% on top of that eventually for the capital asset reserve.
Okay, so that would bring it to 6.7, but that's assuming we don't cut some of these things that were proposed today.
Correct. So you still have a number of items for consideration. So no decision has been made other than cutting the council conference by 12,500. So once you've made those decisions, whether you're leaving the other items in or taking them out, then we would look at where that brings us.
So, Carolyn, if we didn't do this, and I'm not a roads guy, what's our roads gonna look like in 10, 15 years?
So out of the 197 kilometers, we have 48 kilometers that are poor, very poor. And I recall a number, I have about 80 kilometers that are in the 1 to 5 year range that are expected to be poor, very poor within 5 years. So you'll have 100 and a bit, few kilometers in poor, very poor condition. Because we're not gaining any significant amount when we're doing like 7 kilometers a year.
No, and I'd have to agree with the mayor. We have to look into the future here, not just the next 3, 4 years, right? And it's got to start somewhere.
So
So I just want to add to, so through the asset management planning and requirements from the province, between this year and next year, we have to kind of build up our program even in more detail and looking at the level of service. And so there is going to be more discussion coming to council over the next year. We can really get into what it is we want to do, how many roads do we want in certain condition, and what those costs are. So the province is pushing to have that fulsome kind of look. So we do have the asset management plan. It gives us some idea, but we do have to further enhance it and get, even more information and better information that will come to council, and hopefully that'll kind of bring things together. So we're kind of in that transition stage to building. So we've got these pieces. We're going to have some more information for you over the next year that will be developed and using our software programs as to condition and what it's going to cost and speculation of that with our roads needs study.
So this 5.7, 5.3% we're sitting at right now without any surcharge, that includes all, that includes the firefighters benefit and all that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if we cut some of that, then that drops that back and then we could add a 1% on for the roads.
Correct.
John?
I just think we should be consistent in talking about either levy or tax rate. And what the newspaper reports is levy. So my personal opinion is that we should stick to a discussion about dollars, about levy. And that wasn't, I think that was 6-point-something%.
6.3.
So if we start with 6.3, I want to clarify what Jerry is asking for. You called it a 1% road surtax? What was the term?
Well, just.
It would be a 1% dedicated levy.
1% dedicated levy. Does that mean it disappears at the end of 2024, or is it now embedded?
That would be council's direction.
What did the mayor have in mind?
Need 1% a year forever and a day. Forever and a day.
That is 1% more this
Every year.
year, 1% above that next year.
No. So what that, so let's say it's $70,000 for 2024. It's the same 70,000 plus 2 or 3%, whatever the increase is. So it stays about 70,000 all the way through.
In other words, it disappears as a levy increase after 2024. It's now in there.
Yeah.
There's no further increase.
But it's identified as a surcharge.
Well, that's the same as allocating
Well,
other funds in the budget.
Kelly,
So my proposal to get where we wanted to go, it was a new 1% every year. So we're gonna put 70,000 this year. So next year, it's an increase of 70, so it's actually 140,000 going into the reserve. And then the next year, it's a new 70, so the levy increase is 1%. But in year 3, we're now 210,000 going into the roads TCA.
And the difference is Kelly's doing it all on the basis of tax. And I'm trying to use that plus impact from the Canada, so the gas tax reserve. Got to spend it anyway. You only keep it 5 years. And there's $1 million plus in there. If we could make use of 200, 300, 400,000 of that every year and keep replenishing it.
Yeah, but if you look at the summary of the 10-year plan, that gas tax is already incorporated into those dollars. So we've already taken the gas tax as part of the funding source for the TCA.
So you're miserable to me.
I'm not, I just want to make sure we're talking
Okay.
the same,
So that money's
we're
not
talking the
available.
same language.
So that $1 million is not available.
No, because we have it already as part of the funding model for the current plan.
So that means every year for the next 10 years, we need to increase our tax requirement by 1%, 70,000 bucks a year. So at the end of 10 years, that's $700,000 to cover roads.
So that is the recommendation. However, there's the caveats of if you want to continue with the 300,000 every year, that would change it a bit. But then if we get some grants, then that helps offset. So it really is, you know, I can't set everything in stone that ultimately here's the bottom line 10 years from now, because there's many moving pieces.
But that 300,000 includes 200,000 out of that gas tax reserve.
Yes,
And it would every year.
yes.
And I have to sit down and figure this out.
We need a whiteboard in here.
We do.
I'm a visual person.
Me too.
So but probably what you can do the summary sheet, there's a summary sheet. So you have the big sheets with sort of the detailed plan. There's a page just before it. So on the other side of the blue sheet. Yep, to your left, nope, the other way.
Well,
That is your summary, and at the bottom is spells out where the reserve is, the reserve, the TCAs, how we contribute to the TCA and the money proposed spending out of the TCA, and then you have your balance at the bottom, proposed ending balance for the TCA. So I think that might help just to look at that a little.
I think you and I and Corey need a meeting, because I'm looking at $207,000 roughly a year being contributed into the gas tax reserve.
That's the money that's coming in.
Yes.
Yes. And so that is going into the formula of how we're funding the TCA program. The capital program.
Because I'm looking at the reserve fund for the gas tax in isolation. I'm saying 200,000 goes into that fund.
Yeah,
Every year it's going to go up. So what are we doing with the money inside that fund?
but that's saying we're using 200,000 from gas tax every year.
Yes, okay. So it
I
stays
think
at
we're
that
sort of
level.
talking the same thing. Just,
So let's say we wanted to build a skate park and it's $100,000. Where does that money come from? Can we take it out of the gas tax reserve or is that all spoken for?
so you could take it from the gas tax
Because the money's,
reserve.
okay.
So again, I mean, and that's a good thing to think about is we don't really have a reserve fund for the new. You know, we don't have development charges, we don't have, so anything, so that plan is to preserve and replace what we have. So we really don't have any sort of funding program for what's new, the skate parks and the whatever else we may.
So we take 200,000 out of the gas tax reserve. and we give staff $300,000 to add to the road budget. And we add a 1% surcharge. So that's really another $70,000 that's available. So instead of 300, you get 370. Next year, we add another 1% and we're effectively adding 140,000. Yeah. And then what? Still not enough.
Yes, so based on if we increase, I guess we'll look at increasing the roads program by 300,000 a year. And then we're looking at how we're funding that program. So it's going to take us 10 years to kind of get on par with where we want to be for funding those programs. And again, there's, increased costs or, we don't know what's our future holds.
I just think the days of 2% are long gone. Vern?
Well, here's my opinion. Without decent roads, it's one of our major assets. And if we don't have decent roads, we can definitely almost wipe out any possibility of any future development. So I think when we consider this, we got to look at our budget, consider what is most important and what is deemed absolutely necessary, and eliminate some of the luxuries.
That's it in a nutshell. Okay. Okay, folks. Any other comments, questions, or whatever? We all know what we're kind of working with. I really need to sit down with you. So I need to be educated one way or the other here. We should have a second meeting for half a day to finalize this off. I promise I do my best to have, if we have a day, we set the time, we all agree to it, and someone doesn't show up for whatever reason, that's that counselor's problem. But, we need half a day to go through all this, make sure we agree. Some of the stuff will be quick, some of it won't be. And then that's it. So if we started at 9 and we say we're done no later than 1 o'clock, that's 4 hours. Surely we can knock it off by then. Does that kind of meet with the general consensus? Okay, we have anybody online? Sandra or Kelly? I was thinking about it, yeah. Are you okay with that? I know. Hang on. Yeah, I agree. I do too.
You want to set that?
So are we still gonna go through those reports and make some decisions on those today, or are you saying we're
We
just
can
gonna
do
stop?
that.
I think it'd be nice to get through those if we could, just to keep us rolling along if we could, but.
Well, I kind of hope that Wayne would be part of that and whatever, but
Wayne should be part of that. We
Okay.
can't be voting on that stuff without Wayne.
why not? We can.
You have a contract employee there who was hoping for a decision today. What's he supposed to say?
Okay. So, all right, folks, let's take a lifestyle break to 20 after 2. That's 7 minutes. Okay? Okay, everyone, welcome back. We've been through a number of items today. We've had some good discussion. I'd like to set another half-day meeting, 4 hours max to say 1 o'clock. And we'll go through the items we went through today. There won't be extended discussion. There'll be minor discussion. And we'll set a time limit or whatever, and it's either yes or no, it's in, out, in, out, in, out. The big issue will be the roads, and that's how we're going to handle it. Although at the end of the day, maybe more discussion about the $10,000 or $20,000 item over here. And then we'll make a final decision. So we will make sure that we'll set a special meeting. We'll make sure that every counselor can come and is available for that. If a counselor says, I will be here, and then chooses not to be for whatever reason, that could be me just as easy as anybody else. That's just the luck of the draw, and we'll go with whatever we've got left. Okay, so when could we have the meeting? What dates have we got here? What works for you, Kelly?
I think I'm somewhat flexible. So the only thing, so I just want to clarify, so all of the motion twos, you're going to defer to the next meeting? Is there any way that we can get approval for the capital for the 1 year for 2024? It's just, we need to get, usually we do it in December. Because we really do need to get our tenders out, and get going on stuff. So I just don't want to delay it too long.
As we're gonna have a meeting, like we did tell Wayne, you know, we would wait. It'd be really nice if we had got, I know Ray talked to Corey about this, about getting all this work done prior to the end of the year, but here we are. What tenders? What do we have to do if we approve the capital budget?
So if you approve the capital budget with the 300,000, so the resolution is just to approve the 10-year plan, which is approving the 300,000 for this year. And then the projects, Darwin can bring back to you what he's going to do with the 300,000 at that half-day meeting. But he does have some other projects that do need to get rolling sooner than later.
Corey?
That includes ordering our new vehicles, stuff like that. So again, we're going into February, so we'd like to, some of those bigger ones that take some time, if we leave them too long, then we're gonna jeopardize maybe some of these projects down the road, and maybe won't even get some of them done. We're just kind of getting there. We really want to get at them.
What are you asking us to?
So I'm asking you to approve the 10-year plan. I was presented to you with the additional 300,000 for 2024. Because you,
Yeah.
I mean, we have enough to do it for this year. So the conversation that's affecting levy is, are we going to keep doing it? How are we going to continue? So I mean, that is sort of an operational piece as to the effect of the levy. The actual program in 2024 is funded from the reserves currently. But our discussion really is about the 10 years. And we're just looking for approval for 2024 purchases and projects.
John?
So in other words, approving the existing draft capital plan doesn't lock us in to any levy increase necessarily.
Not at all, no. So you have not approved any increases. The only thing you've approved is what we've laid out as projects in 2024. And you would be approving the 300,000. If you're not comfortable with the 300,000, I think the one project is not impacted by it, so Darwin could get going. But ideally, if you approve the 300,000 for this year, Darwin can bring back the what it's going to look like at the next meeting. But he can't get going on his other projects.
So, yeah, I think that's a good idea. What I'd really like to see is, and I can appreciate that it's already February of 2024 and we're approving a budget in 2024. Can we not get this budget process in November and December? I don't know what council needs to do, or do we have to vote on it? But.
Right.
So that is our plan for this year. And I mean, again, gotta remember, this is 2 budgets in 1 year, so it's a big undertaking. For staff, it's a huge undertaking. But yes, that is our plan. We want to bring you, we've talked about it, all the managers have talked about it. We want to, start that process kind of November, December, and hopefully have everything approved for kind of January-ish, right? Everything approvals kind of next year. Is that kind of where we got with that, Kelly?
Well, in a perfect world, we'd approve it in December, but
So that's where I would like
Yeah.
to see it. Before Christmas break, this budget is approved for 2025.
And that's, if you look around all the smaller townships around us, which were the same size, they're all doing their budget work right now. But the larger municipalities, it's done other than maybe council approval, and that's always the year of the election. So in the non-election years, we should really be striving to have everything done by the end of the year. And in an election year, by say the middle of March or the end of March. So 3 years one way And then the fourth year would be into the next year. Correct.
So we are shooting for that this year, but previously the capital plan that we're asking for your approval today was done in December, and then we were able to get those tenders out, those trucks ordered, those right in it. So this, we put it together because I think last year you just wanted to see everything together before you just made a decision on the budget as a whole. So that's why we've changed it up this year, but we really need to get moving on these projects. It will hinder us if we don't.
So I think it's a good idea to approve that part of it. And the next budget will be done by 24 and Christmas.
I don't know.
Another one. I mean, I can. But
What do you need a resolution for?
well, need a resolution to defer the business that's being deferred today.
Okay,
If you want a resolution to have budget here in November, I don't know how.
no, let's not do that one.
Okay,
Let's just do, we approve the capital plan today. And then we defer the balance of the budget work for 24 until the next meeting, and we'll set that date. Well, we're gonna set that. Which one? How about 3 weeks takes us, or 2 weeks takes us to the 20th?
How about a Monday?
That
How
works
about the
too.
19th?
What's Family Day? Are we
Well-
closing Family Day? Okay,
How about the 12th?
I have a board of directors meeting.
I cannot stress enough how terrible Tuesdays are for me. You've heard the term terrible Tuesdays. That's my life. So
Okay.
if we could please avoid a Tuesday, that would be great.
then how about the 26th February? It's a Monday.
That's fine. Committee of Adjustments at 1 o'clock. We'll be done.
We'll be done. Vern, can you do the 26th? Fred? Stephanie? Does that make sense? Or are you gonna tell me I can't do it again because there's some rule somewhere? Is that too far away? Darren can move on, you guys can move on the, whatever it is on the capital plan.
if we can move on the capital plan and get that approval, then the 26th is fine.
Corey, you go to that?
We can do the 12th. I mean, I don't have to go to the board meeting. If we really want to do it quicker.
What time's your board meeting?
It's 10 to 2 usually,
So I'm good.
12.
Chair, would we have time to get an agenda out for the 12th?
Do next Thursday, the 15th. It's not, it's a Thursday. 9 to 1.
Happy with the 12th or the 15th. Tuesdays are not good for me. That's all.
Corey?
Kelly and I have CAO and treasurers meetings in South. That's for the communal services and that stuff, all that discussion.
So
So
good.
yeah, we can't really miss that.
We're not there.
I am in a meeting somewhere. I haven't got it in my calendar yet. I mean, what about in the evening? If you really had to get something quick?
No, because it's a 4-hour meeting. What about the 16th, Friday morning? No?
It's fire committee, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, wait a second. That's in the morning at 9 o'clock. They do not go more than an hour, Tara. Okay, an hour and a half, maybe. Let's be real.
Don't say that. Look how long we're here.
Yeah, it's a bigger budget. Well, we could do it 1 o'clock on Friday.
Friday the 16th, 1 o'clock. That's 3 hours. Goes to 5, it goes to 5, we're done. You better ask your staff. You know. Okay, so the afternoon of the 16th work, can we start at 12? For what?
We have a joint fire committee at 9 o'clock. Even if it goes to 11, which I doubt it will, we would be back here by 12. Let's say 12:30, grab a lunch.
Oh, good. We're in the budget, we haven't approved it yet. Why don't we make it 1 o'clock? Friday the 16th, 1 PM to 4.
Of course, Wayne has no input into this, right?
No, he doesn't. Well, hang on, sorry. If we did 12, we could have lunch ordered in. And then we could start at 12:30, 20 to 1, and everybody be happy. We fed you guys. Because you're racing back and forth and everything else, sorry.
Moved by Counselor Hermer, second by Counselor Hudel, be it resolved that council approves the 2024 summary of the 10-year capital plan, tangible capital asset replacement schedules, planned spending. The council authorizes the CAO and managers to proceed with the applicable 2024 TCA capital purchases tenders in accordance with these schedules and the procurement bylaw.
Any final comments? In favor? That meeting is carried. No, that resolution is carried.
Moved by Counselor Ingalls, seconded by Counselor Hudel. Be it resolved that council defers the decisions regarding the operating budget until the special meeting on February 16th at 12 o'clock PM.
Comments? In favor? Carried, and I'll take it upon myself to email Wayne and tell him when it is. Okay, so we have no one online, right?
Just the newspaper.
Do they? Guess I should ask the question anyway, right? Okay. So is there anyone of the public wishes to make a comment about what we discussed today?
Seeing none.
Okay, so item 9 then is deleted. And then we have the confirmatory bylaw.
Moved by Counselor Hermer, seconded by Counselor Hudel. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-15, being a bylaw to confirm all actions and proceedings of council for its special meeting regarding the 2024 draft budget held February 6, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
Comments? In favor? Carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Counselor Hudel, seconded by Counselor Hermer. Be it resolved that council adjourns the meeting at 2:39 PM until February 16, 2024, the call of the chair.
Comments? In favor? Carried.